All right, here we go. It's a dirty job, but somebody got to do it, huh? Here we go. Here we go. Here we go with the nonsense. I really wasn't going to talk about this, but I kept getting messages in my mind that, hey, if you don't, who will? So here I go. I would prefer not to talk about this at all, but I guess uh, it's my turn to get in the game, I guess. So good to see everybody. Rep your city. I'm representing Chicago. Everybody on Twitch, Kick, YouTube, and both Facebook accounts. Shout out to everybody. We got Dallas in the building with the beautiful and gorgeous Sharon. We got the UK in the building. We got Naptown in the building. We got the NO in the house. She a no limit soldier. I thought I told you. We got Buffalo in the building. We got Fresno in the house. Well, get comfortable. This is going to be probably a pretty long live. Uh, First, I was just going to deal with the situation. I decided to add a little history to it. We got San Jose in the building, Portland, Amityville. I didn't think I could address this without going through everything. So we're going to do that. Yeah. Here we go with the foolishness. So, yeah, we got Portland. We got Amityville in the building. Rep your city, rep your city. Come on in, hit the like button, share, subscribe. Hype up this video. Got Gwen, Alabama in the building with my kin folks in Alabama. Here we go. Had my son on the phone. Threatening me, telling me, Dad, you better watch the Bears, Dad. I said, we got Cleveland in the building. We got the NO in the house. I don't know. I don't want to watch it. I might watch it if they get to the Super Bowl. It's too frustrating watching sport. The referees and the umpires, they tripped out. That's all I can say. But tonight I'm going to talk about this crazy situation. I'm going to talk about what I consider to be COINTELPRO. There's this brother. It's all over the social media barking, barking, looking mighty suspicious. I need somebody to check his lineage. I don't know if he speaks for foundational Black Americans. I don't know where he came from. I don't like him at all. Yeah, I don't like him. Yeah, I do not like him. He out of line. He out of pocket 100%. I can't say he the police, but he might as well be the police. Definitely. Who gonna come out there talking crazy like that? He out there talking crazy. Good to see you, the beautiful and gorgeous Shauna, Queen B. It's like candy. I can see it when you walk. I see it when you talk. Get a hold on me. I tell you, unbelievable. That's your middle name. Your middle name is not Candy. Girl. Lord have mercy. Stop it. Mm-mm. Queen, you better stop. uh, I believe you. I believe you. I believe you. I always, when I see beautiful women like Shauna, I always say, I would have failed horribly on social media in my 20s or 30s. I would have failed. No, Shauna, I would have been horrible. It would have been like, I don't know why he be all in everybody's DMs. Maybe not, because I'm loyal. I probably would have, if I would have found the queen on here, I would have behaved. I wouldn't have just kept on. That's not my nature. So yeah, yeah, it's not my nature. It's not my nature to chase a whole lot of women. Because once I like get one and I like, and we like together all the time, I don't be really looking for another one. So no, I probably would be all right. As long as I didn't break up. I already got 6 children. Boy, if you had social media, I'd have 11 children and a whole bunch of child support because they be child support now. None of my queens put me on no child support. That's some new, you know what I'm saying? But then again, you got deadbeats out here. You got to force them to pay. Nobody had my queen didn't have to force me when her and my daughter moved to California. She didn't have to force me to send money for my daughter. That's crazy. But maybe we'll talk about that one day. I'll talk about child support. That might be good. So this guy pops up. And he's barking. And he's out there talking pretty reckless. If I was a young revolutionary, me and the guys would pull up on him right on social media like that and make him stand down. We'll make him stand down. We'll make him go in the house. Yeah, if I was a revolutionary and I had a group, we'd make his group go in the house. Yeah, it'd be a confrontation. We'd make him go in the house. We'll disarm him and all that. And we'll make him go in the house. We'll make him go home. Boy, stop putting black people in danger like that. This guy going jumping in something that ain't got nothing to do with foundational black Americans, right? He see the situation's hostile, right? He see the way they after these Somalians and Venezuelans and all that, right? He come out on the street with a big old gun talking about doing stuff to ICE. He out of order. To me, I'm not saying he's a federal agent, but he moving like a federal agent because everybody else would be scared. You got to get a green light like that. Listen, under the Trump administration, and you talking like that, he would have been in cuffs 3 days ago. So where does he come from out there like that under this type of situation? He just pop up out of nowhere talking reckless. What he gonna do to ICE and stuff like that? And what's the results of that? Now the white militia, he just gave them the green light. Oh, we got to go defend our brothers on ICE. Now the white militias can come out with their guns like that. And what could you say? You let him be out there like that. You let him walk up and down the street like that. Now the white militias can come out and he walking up and down the street with 3 punks out there, 3 dudes. He ain't sent by no Democrats. That man is sent by the police. If you ask me, that man is a federal informant. That man worked for the feds. He is the replacement. He is a replacement. We've had this conversation, you all. He is a replacement. A replacement for who, Pharaoh? He's a replacement for him. They had to pull him off the streets because he got sloppy and he got exposed that he was a Democrat and he was a DJ and he wasn't really no revolutionary. So they made up a story that he pointed a gun at some feds, grabbed him, took him to a little jail in the middle of nowhere, fake processed him and pulled him off of the mission. They pulled him down. They didn't lock him up for real. They pulled him down. They pulled him down because he wasn't good. He wasn't good at it. He was sloppy. He wanted to be a Hebrew, a half a vegan. And everybody found out, wait a minute, you was in the Republican Party. Then you was a DJ in the hip hop. So you went from from hip hop to the Republicans or Republicans to hip hop. Now you was a revolutionary. And look at this punk. He not no revolutionary. If you say boo, he'll run. So he had to be replaced. They just gave it some time, and all of a sudden, we go from this dude to this dude. Same playbook. He gets out there talking reckless, right? And I'm gonna be honest. They always find them 2 walking next to him, especially the one with the glasses on, Professor Revolutionary. I guess so. I'm not buying Professor Revolutionary with the glasses on. Boy, you can't even see. How you gonna pop somebody? You know what I'm saying? Come on, boy, you nearsighted and farsighted and sideways. You know what I'm saying? Sit your goofy ass down. Listen, I didn't want to jump into this, but who's better qualified? Because dude wouldn't say nothing to me. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, he'll get disarmed, okay? He'll get disarmed, okay? Boy, you can't, boy, what? Look, it's 3 of them out there. Well, I see a fat one in the back. That's another thing. Nobody can't run a block. You know what I'm saying? Nobody look in shape. We've already seen this before. A bunch of people playing Army Man. And soon as they got rid of the leader, where did all these people go? Where did all the NFAC, where they all went? Where they all went? Let me tell you something. Y'all listen to me, especially you brothers. They'll start these revolutionary groups. You'll become members. You'll do membership. This is what they did here. This is what happened. You got membership, right? So all these people go and get guns and they all become members. They all got the email, right? They all get the emails on what they're going to do, right? So it's like, Anytime the NFAC was going to make a move, the email blasts go out, and they all on the email list. So once they let the leader recruit all these people, he gathers all of the intel on who has a revolutionary tendencies, right? This go all the way back to J. Edgar Hoover when they always wanted to comb the country every now and then to see who has revolutionary tendencies. Then once their leader collects all the information, the FBI could come in, arrest the leader, get the computers, and take all the information. Because everything is connected straight to the feds. So now all of these people is marked. I guarantee you many of these brothers are in prison right now for other various, some of them so stupid they probably was doing crimes, running scams. Well, guess what? They put the IRS on them. They put the DEA on them. They put the FBI on them. They put the state police on them. They put the local police on them. So now anytime they move, they went to jail. How many of these brothers and sisters you think that followed this called cases since then? I told y'all that back then. I was the first one out here telling everybody this guy is a government plant, allegedly, supposedly, possibly. You know, on YouTube, I can't say exact, but he didn't look like no revolutionary to me. These ain't no revolutionaries. Take it from somebody that's really got revolutionary. I push dude down right here, take his glasses and his hat. Boy, that boy not that. They not that. You can't even be no revolutionary if you ain't no gangster. Anyway, these dudes ain't that. These are schoolboys playing army men. This guy do not look like nothing where he talk. He don't look like that to me. To me, he don't look hard like he talk. To me, he don't look like he built like that. To me, he'll stand down. He'll fold over. He'll fold. He not that. I could hear. Listen, and not no real revolutionary gonna say certain things. He out here talking about what he'll do to the police and all that. There's no soldier gonna say all that. There's no soldier gonna say all that. Gonna threaten. He basically threaten ICE. He basically threaten ICE. Who will do that? They took him without conflict. But no, hey, they didn't take him without conflict. He turned himself in, Uncle Cat Daddy. He turned himself in, bro. He went to that thing and he pointed the weapon up at the feds so that they could pull him off so they could pull him. He did that. He did that on purpose. And then when they pulled him, right? When they pulled him, they took him to a police station in the middle of nowhere, a little bitty police house. Facts. They took him to a little town with a little police station, and they took him in there. And then they did whatever they call process him and all of that. This dude, yes. If you know anything about real revolutionary concepts, they pulled him off the case. They do the same thing in the streets. If I'm in the streets and I'm flipping birds and I'm dealing with a bunch of people and I'm working for the DEA, if I get too hot, They'll kick my door in, grab me for a bootleg case. Word get out, Pharaoh got arrested by the feds, right? They'll take me. They'll process me. They'll take me to court. The whole court case and stuff will be quiet. They'll give me like 5 years, 7 years. They'll take me to a prison, put me in a nice room at the prison. They'll put me in a nice spot in there. I'll be in there eating good, chilling. They'll even let me out. They'll even, if I'm high enough ranking, they'll even take me out at night and take me to live a regular life and bring me back every now and then so the inmates could think I'm still in there, and I ain't even in there. You know how many people you think in prison that's at a beach somewhere right now? They'll just make you think I'm in prison. I'm not in no damn prison. They take me in the front door and walk me out the back. They'll give us some time. Then they'll bring me back. They'll let me out. I come out. Yeah, I did time. Now I can go back into the field because I did time. So I can go right back into the field because I did time. But I didn't really do no time. They just pull you off the case. That's how they pulled this man off the case. They waited, and then now they replaced him. They replaced him. This was the original guy right here. John Fitzgerald Johnson, Grand Master J. He took a rap. You know what I'm saying? He was so lame, he didn't even do it right. Because he took Jam Master J for Run DMC. He wasn't even. They put an idiot in there. This dude was a straight idiot right here. He wasn't built like. Look, come on, bro. He looked like a revolutionary. He don't look like me and the guys can walk up to him, take his glasses, take his hat, take that backpack off and all that. And he not going to do nothing. Do not build like that. He looked rough, y'all. He looked like a dude trying to look hard. He looked like he'd be somewhere drinking vegan shakes and eating chicken. That's what he looked like. He'd be sitting somewhere eating chicken wings with a vegan shake. That's what he looked like to me. He looked like a punk to me, but I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Look at him. He looked like a revolutionary. He looked like a revolutionary. He don't look like no punk. Man, he don't look like no punk. He don't look like I could tell him, take that hat off. Y'all don't believe he'll take it off? And them glasses. Come on, man. Come on. I'm in the rack, boy. He looked like he could walk around the south side or the west side of Chicago. No, he cannot. No, this is a good boy. You know a good boy when you see him, what? He was a good boy. When he was like a 10th grade, his mama put him in ballet dancing and all that. He could ballet dancing and stuff. Come on, man. This looked like a revolutionary. You ever watch the movies? You watch the movies and you ever see the movies where they have gangsters in the movies and you be like, dude, ain't no gangster. Like I love 50, but the one with the white dude. What's the one with the white dude? What's the one? What's the 50 Cent show with the white dude they shot in Chicago? What's the name of that? Because I stopped watching it. I couldn't watch it no more. What's the name of that? with the white dude. He can't act too good. You know, he tried though. He a good backup man. Yeah, Tommy. But what's the name of the show? Tommy can't act. No, not Power. Tommy can't act that good. Forrest. Yeah, Forrest. Now, you ever watch Forrest? Now, for all the Chiracians, if you're from Chicago for real, the gang leader in Forrest, White Flame, is he a good gang leader? The tall brother. Do he look like a leader of the Vice Lords or the GDs or the BDs or the Blackstones or the Folk on Us? The tall brother, he look like a gang member? No. He looked like some cornball, some act they trying to get dude to play a gangster. He don't got it. The tall brother, that's the leader of the gang. He ain't no gang member. There's no way he could be the leader of no gang in Chicago. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Come on. Now, his brother looked like a crazy dude you be in the county with. I give it to him. He looked like I could see him running with the guys. But the big brother that runs stuff, come on, man. And that's these revolutionaries right here. Revolutionary. Come on, man. These ain't no revolutionaries. Come on, man. Look at this dude. This dude comes straight from the barbershop and put powder on his face and took a revolutionary picture. They done went and got him a jacket and a hat. You know what I'm saying? It looked like acting. Look. You could tell it's bootleg because that patch is horrible. Like they couldn't get no better patch than that. What the hell is that? With all that scribble on there. He the revolutionary. So we're going to get into it. He the revolutionary. Our revolution is neary, though. I don't believe him. You know what I'm saying? He out there with that big old gun threatening ICE and stuff, putting black Americans in a situation we not in. You know what I'm saying? That's how you know it's almost like he worked for the police, because why would you go out there and throw us in a situation that we really ain't in? We not really in that. That's a fact, boy. I'm in Chicago. ICE never bothered black Americans when they came here. They did not. Everybody, listen, there's a lot of fake people. When ICE was coming to Chicago, it was a bunch of people. They gonna come get y'all. They gonna come get y'all. And when ICE came to Chicago and stood their ass around downtown and left, a lot of them brothers did not come back and say, Pharaoh, we was wrong. They didn't touch y'all. They didn't roll up on the south side. They didn't roll up nowhere in Chicago. They didn't roll up on the west side. They didn't roll up on nobody. I was outside and no ICE didn't say nothing to me. Didn't say nothing. You understand what I'm saying? Didn't say nothing. They never touched foundational black Americans. Not in Washington, D.C. either. They wasn't doing nothing but walking around, wasting taxpayer dollars. Show me roadblocks in the black community of Chicago. Show me ICE with roadblocks stopping black people. Show it to me, because I ain't see it. And I was outside. And there wasn't no ICE nowhere. They was downtown standing around like tourists. Down there by the Chicago River. Right there around Wacker Drive, right there. That's where they was at. He didn't have to tell them nothing. They would have did dirty. Fuck out of here. You some white dude. Boy, I'm born 1958. So you trying to tell me some dude with a couple guns and stuff can come in the city I was born in and pull me over out here and just talk to me crazy like that? Who believe that? And it won't be, what? Come on, man, with a mask on and all that, and he's scary. Hey, boy, you playing G.I. Joe. You know what I'm saying? Boy, them outfits Come on, man. Any punk could put that stuff on. Y'all not built like that. A lot of y'all probably criminals, got criminal history. Take that mask off so we can find out who the hell you is. You understand? So we're going to break it down. We're going to get into it because this here, I can't go for this. So we're going to run through the whole demo because I've seen this movie before. All right, we're going to go through the whole movie because if he was really like that, this how it would end. Rest in peace to Fred Hampton. Yeah. If you was really that, this is how it end. Yeah, they're not going to roll up on you now. They're going to come when you go to sleep tonight. They're going to come when you sleep, when you put up your revolutionary shit, and you sit down and you talk about how you had a revolutionary day with your baby mama, and you're going to go to sleep, and you ain't going to never wake up. Or you're going to wake up and go right back to sleep forever. So listen, let's take a break. And we're going to break all this down. Well, this is going to be a real history lesson. So you all get ready and make sure you support the channel. So look, let's go do the history. You see, they've been doing the same play. This the same play. I want the young people to know this is the same play. COINTELPRO. Same play, same playbook. They keep running it over and over again. The same playbook. From the first Black Panthers. Real talk. Let me show you. You ain't going to get this nowhere. The first Black Panthers. Right? Was started by a government agent. Everybody's unalived except him. This is Bobby Seale. Bobby Seale started the Black Panthers, not Huey P. Newton. He recruited Huey. He was working for the Navy on special projects for the U.S. Navy when he started the Black Panther Party. Yeah, this man right here. Everybody gone except him. Everybody. The more militant you was, the quicker they got rid of you. If you was really standing on business, they got rid of you quick. They got rid of little Bobby Hutton. Yeah, he's still alive. They got rid of little selling barbecue sauce or something. They got rid of this young brother in the front, little Bobby Hutton. There go the police right behind them. There go Bobby Seale right there. Now, why the young brother got the gun and he don't? Why little Bobby Hutton got it? Why Bobby Seale ain't got it? Now, little Bobby Hutton ended up on the line. Bobby Seale's still alive today. And look how Bobby Seale looking. What he looking at? But the young brother, why you got him with the gun? If you the OG, why you got Shorty with the gun? Little Bobby Hutton was number like 18, 19, something like that. Why you got him out there walking around in that courtroom? So now when Bobby Seale made them go in the courtroom with them guns, that's what made the feds put the pressure on the Black Panthers. The Black Panthers was fine until Bobby Seale orchestrated this and made them go in the California courtroom with them guns. These are facts. And that allowed the American government to also change the gun laws that they just changed back recently. This why the gun laws, this changed the gun laws for all Americans, because the government was like, well, they don't want black, white, Hispanic, Asian, or nobody to rise up against the government. So they changed the gun laws, look it up, based on the Black Panthers taking guns in court in the state of California. That is a fact. That is a fact. Now, Bobby Seale was an agent. Not only was he bouncing back and forth with the Black Panthers, he was running around with these dudes. And they got indicted. You always hear about the Chicago 6. It was the Chicago 7. Where's Bobby Seale? Bobby Seale was with them. Why he not in the picture? He took them down too. It was the Chicago 7. Bobby Seale was with these white dudes doing the same thing. So now, on one hand, you Mr. Super Black, and on the other hand, you run around with them. Got them all indicted. Look it up. Let him go and prosecuted them. Look it up. Bobby Seale was with this group too. How? How you with them and them? How? How? That's why you got this dude saying, oh, we deal with all races. We deal with all races, everybody in the world. We revolutionaries for the world. Same playbook. Same playbook. This way, he could take down the black groups, the Hispanic groups, whatever groups. This dude right here. Same playbook. Bobby Seale was with them. Look it up. It's 6, but it was 7 of them got indicted. 7 people got indicted. Why you only see 6? And Bobby Seale was number 7. Now, let me show you something. So what they did was, check this out. This is what they did. You're going to get the real history over here. So one way they brought down the Panthers was they infiltrated them. They had them around all type of people. They put criminals from prison in the Panthers. Okay? This is when you go from, when Jesse Jackson go from a fake Black Panther type to MLK get unalive And all of a sudden, Jesse cut that afro, put on a tie and a suit, and now he Reverend Jackson. But Jesse was there the night King got unalived, and Jesse was the one that taught MLK to come out on that balcony because MLK didn't want to go to dinner. Jesse Jackson kept begging him, come on, go to dinner, come on, go to dinner, to get him out there on that balcony. To get him out there on that balcony. So when the Panthers started happening, right? Okay. So now you got Bobby Seale. Now, they was pushing Black power. Okay? They was pushing Black power, right? That's what they was pushing. They started to bring in people and infiltrate the Black power movement, right? And start hollering power to the people, right? See, Black power and power to the people is two different things. See, this guy is talking power to the people. He not talking Black power, right? He talking power to the people. This guy right here, he not talking Black power. He talking power to the people. That's why he got Black people being exposed out there, defending Venezuelans, right? Defending Venezuelans, defending everybody, but he ain't defending Black Americans like that. He out there where this man was at for all the problems we didn't have as Black Americans. You ain't seen this man. But all of a sudden, they trying to throw out Venezuelans. They're trying to throw out immigrants that ain't really from this country. And now he running around the United States defending some people that ain't never going to defend foundational Black Americans. Ain't none of them people going to defend us. Venezuelans ain't going to defend us, and Africans ain't going to defend us. When you ever seen Africans defend us? People from the Caribbean defend us? Never. All they do is come in, eat off our plate. And anytime we get in trouble, they disappear, and we on our own. The only people that come out of any group be white Americans. That's sad, but it's a fact. When something happened to us, white Americans come out. Them other Black folks don't do nothing. Them Hispanics and none don't stand up with us. When? So that's what he pushing. So they started, it was a battle between Black power and power for the people. He wanted to push power for the people. That's how they brought in Angela Davis, who was a communist. She was pushing communism. She was a rat. And what they did was they took them women like that and they put them big old afros on them to make them look Black. But the whole time the Black Panthers was practicing colorism because them women wasn't Black. They was all high yellow women. They was pushing colorism. There she go. This the real Angela Davis. You see what I'm saying? And every one of them sisters that they brought in, none of them was dark-skinned sister. None of them represented Black pride. They all represented colorism. They all represented what they was pushing at that time in the Black community, that light skin was better. And all these dark Black revolutionaries, every woman they had was real light skin. This Kathleen Cleaver. Look how they put that afro on her head. Why they didn't show her what she really looked like? This the revolutionary one. This the real one. This the revolutionary one. This the real one. This the revolutionary one. This the real one. You see the pattern? You see the pattern? Somebody like Afeni, they don't want to talk to her. She too dark. She ain't getting no high position. She ain't get to date the leadership. The leadership, all they women look like this. And they use them afros to run a game on our people. So now they could bring in communism. They could bring in communism. They could bring in all type of stuff, right? Facts. You ain't going to get this knowledge nowhere. So then under Bobby Seale, instead of pushing black concepts and stuff like that, Bobby Seale started pushing the Red Book, following Mao Zedong. See what I'm saying? See where we going? You understand? Start pushing Mao Zedong. UEP New wasn't nobody. UEP New wasn't nobody. UEP New wasn't nobody. UEP Newton was brought in by this guy. UEP New never was a revolutionary. Never in his life. UEP New wasn't no revolutionary. This guy bought UEP in there. This the founder. He went and bought UEP in. At the end, UEP was doing powder and dealing with white girls. And all the blacks left, right? All the revolutionaries left. They joined the Black Revolutionary Army, right? And they went to prison. That's where Assata Shakur. Assata and them went to prison because they left the Black Panthers when they found out it was fake. And they went to the Black Liberation Army, started robbing Brinks trucks and stuff, and went to prison. That's the real history. UEP never was on nothing. UEP wasn't nobody. UEP was handpicked by this federal agent. UEP wasn't no agent, but they picked somebody that wasn't qualified. UEP wasn't qualified. This is the brains of the operation right here. This is the mastermind. So he began to push along with Angela Davis. They began to push power to the people. Power to the people. That's what they began to push to the young brothers and sisters. And got Fred and everybody unalived. Look, that's Fred Hampton. Why is he with all these police? Because they could pretend they're revolutionaries and infiltrate the organization because of power to the people instead of black power. I got the evidence right here. How many of them in this picture? Who in that picture? Who in this picture right here? Let me show you something. Who in this picture went out like this? Did any of them go out like this? Only the black one went out like this. So they began to push Mao Zedong. When they pushed Mao Zedong, right, that allowed all kind of people to enter the organization, right? when all type of people entered the organization, he, Richard Akai, entered the organization. And he's the one sold them the guns, but he was a federal agent. He was a federal agent. How did he get in the organization? He got into the organization through pushing Asian philosophy from this guy right here who was a government plant. Pushing this, bought him in, bought guns from him. He got on the stand, was a federal agent, sent everybody to prison. Look it up. This is the one that testified on all the guns they bought. He provided the guns. He was a federal agent because they was on some power to the people instead of black power. We was saying black power. We wasn't saying no power to no damn people. That's not what we was pushing. Wasn't nobody pushing no power to the people. That's not what we was pushing. This is what we was pushing. Say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. We wasn't pushing this. We weren't pushing this. This guy the same way. Power to the people. We here to defend the whole world. Same playbook from this guy. Police stuff. Allegedly. Got you wide open where any kind of spy or anybody could come in and infiltrate you. He took the stand and sent them to prison, and he was the one selling guns. He was a government agent selling guns to the Black Panther Party. Look it up. Everybody's unalived. Everybody went to prison. Everybody's on the run, fled to Africa, everything, except him. Except him. Everybody except him. And you're watching the same movie over and over again. Same movie. Same playbook. They just run it back and back. Every time. Like cake work. And every time they come, they overshadow the black ones. So anytime you try to start something black to benefit foundational black Americans, they'll infiltrate it. That's why you can't trust Pan-Africans. Because Pan-Africans is like police or could work for the police. Because the Pan-Africans you see that's in the United States, they're not really Pan-Africans. They pushing a police philosophy because as a Pan-African, you're going to always push for the black people in the area you in. That's what they teaching y'all Pan-African. That's not Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism, if you in Uganda, you stand up for Uganda. If you in South Africa, you stand up for South Africa. And if you're in the United States, you stand up for the United States. Pan-Africanism isn't being in the United States, standing up for Africa. That's not Pan-Africanism. That's not Pan-Africanism. It's not. That's not Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism is the concept that you fighting for black people all over the world, so you fighting where you at. You're not here fighting for no more way over there. Show me a military where you're going to get deployed over here, but you fighting for over there. Don't the military get deployed where they got to fight at? All right, then. So how is you a soldier when you're in the United States hollering about Africa? We're going to get to him later. He ran up on me with 2 goons one time. Ron Karinga. I was dissing him so hard as a baby. I was dissing him. He ran up on me, but I had something under the table. I ain't promoting no violence, but yeah, Ryan Karinga ran up on me in L.A. at like Kwanzaa at Leimert Park. Everybody know Big Pharaoh really been out here. You don't even get it twisted. Like, my reputation precedes me. One thing about it, when you go try to check my DNA and you run into the right people that know me, they're going to be like, oh, no, dude, really that. Yeah, I was beefing with Ron Karinga when I was a baby. I was 20-something. And he ran up and he walked off, too. Yeah, he walked up with 2 big old dudes. They was like 6'4", 6'5". They walked up when he was kind of short in the middle. And I was running under the table. And then he left. You know what I'm saying? I see you got your 2 friends with you though. I got my lady with me, and she loved me. She gonna get out. She gonna start barking. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. I'm not promoting no violence. I'm just telling y'all what really happened. It's real. You can't make this up. That's back before I was on the internet. I was typing pamphlets and putting them everywhere. I've been doing this. I was doing this outside, and I was putting pamphlets dogging us, which is their group, United Slaves, we called it. And I was putting out pamphlets dogging United Slaves, that was called Us. And you could tell he's a federal agent because how he knew that was me. See what I'm saying? How he found out that I was the one putting the pamphlets out there if he ain't a Fed. And he walked up to my table at Leimert Park with 2 big old dudes trying to intimidate me. But I was like a Cypress Hill song, insane in the membrane. I wasn't trying to hear that, so I was like, you know what I mean? I was like, I went from Cypress Hill to Jay-Z. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Hov. And use an H to the Izzo. You know what I'm saying? But you don't get the hell out of here. You understand? So they start pushing this, and that's what allowed the Asian police to come in and sell them the weapons so they could catch the cases. So once they did that, right, then UEP was out there on substances, chasing European women, right? So that caused everybody to run to the BLA. And then everybody ran to the BLA, and then that's how Asada and all of them, Feeney, that's how they all got caught up, because they had to run from they had to leave the Panthers because the Panthers was fake. Because the Panthers was started by a government agent. He was working for the United States military. He was Navy. You understand? That's how that went like that. And we lost a lot of people because of that. At the same time, we had everybody was leaning towards either the BLA or the BGF, the Black Guerrilla Family, because they seen that the Panthers was infiltrated. That's why after they got rid of Fred, it was quiet. It was quiet as a church mouse. Oh, and I don't want to forget the other brother. I don't want to forget the Melanic Muslims. And you had the Melanic Muslims in the penitentiary. That's another revolutionary group. That they fought against to shut down. They prophet is Nat Turner. This group right here. They in the penitentiary system like Michigan, up around there. So you had them, you had the Black Guerrilla family, you had BLA, and then you had the SLA. The SLA was some more whack stuff, just like the Black Panthers. Right? So that's how that was led by SenQ. That was the whole Patty Hearst situation where they kidnapped the white lady, but they didn't really kidnap her. She was a part of the movement and pretend she was kidnapped to extort her family out of money. It's the Simeonese Liberation Army. So they started creating a whole bunch of this group was an offshoot of the Black Panthers with a whole bunch of fake, you see what I'm saying? They began to run games on the black community by getting revolutionaries to get you involved in any type of revolutionary situation they would get you involved in. At that time, I'm like a shorty. You know what I'm saying? I'm a shorty. These is all real stories. I ain't telling y'all no lie. This is real. And as a shorty, I was naturally already a militant by 2021. Right? So I'm going to show you something. So real life. So I was already a militant. So when I used to walk around Chicago like this with my military clothes on, my dreads, right? They had like these communists. They used to give out these communist newspapers. And if I'm walking down the street on this side of the street, right? And them white communists be on the other side of the street and see me, they would run over to me to try to give me the communist newspaper. But I knew a lot of them was the police. So I used to slap it on the ground because how you going to give me a communist newspaper when communism is basically backed by Russia and Russia that went in there to overthrow His Majesty? Get your ass out of here. Russia was behind Mengistu, and 2 million Ethiopians got unalived under Mengistu, messing with Castro, and Castro was a puppet of the whites in Russia. You get these puppets. That's why you be seeing me go hard when I be seeing them African leaders run behind the Chinese, the same play. When you see dude over there in Burkina and you see him run with the Chinese, behind the Chinese, or running behind Putin, he making the same mistake. He just doing it bigger international. He making a mistake we've seen already. Ain't no way China cared nothing about Burkina or Russia. He going for the sucker move. And he going to get the same thing all the others brothers get that made that mistake. That's why I don't honor the leader of Burkina. He a sucker. He not going nowhere. He not going nowhere. This the same playbook. It's the same playbook, y'all, that they keep running over and over and over and over and over. And they would bring in dudes would be coming into the Black Power movement. They would be like to overthrow, to overshadow what they was really trying to do. So they use militancy and they get you involved with other groups to overshadow what you're really trying to do. They want to overshadow this. They didn't want to highlight the fact that the Panthers was feeding the community and all of that. See what I'm saying? They wanted to overshadow the real works to help their people, black people. They want to overshadow that with some fake, hard, revolutionary, talking, tough stuff to overshadow the real works in the community. They do this all the time. That's what this dude is doing, walking around with these guns. He doing the same playbook. You don't see him talking about nothing like this. He just walking around with a gun, threatening ICE, putting a black face in the middle of a problem. Basically making them target us. That's what dude is doing. That's what he's doing. That new Black Panther guy is making the feds target black people instead of doing some works like this. They didn't want to push these works. They didn't want to push all this. Very few people know. Look at all that food the Black Panthers was giving black people. They don't want to push none of that. You don't hear nothing about that today from all of these so-called scholars. I'm one of the only ones. They ain't even push the medical programs. You see how Bobby Seale stamped his name on that? But he wasn't behind none of that. He was stamping his name on stuff. And they had to get rid of Fred Hampton. They had to get rid of Fred Hampton. Fred had to go. And the reason Fred had to go is because Fred was in Chicago. And Chicago had the most black people. And so Fred was in a position to build a bigger army. And Fred was connected with the GDs, the BDs, the Blackstones, the Viceroys. So therefore, Chicago was the biggest Black Panther group. Oakland small. So Fred became a threat as the leader, national leader of the Black Panthers, because he had the biggest army. Oakland ain't had no army like that. It's just a handful of them. So Fred Hampton became a threat when he started getting involved with the Main 21. And I'm trying to find a picture of the Main 21, which is a picture with Fred Hampton with all the gang chiefs. You can't find that picture nowhere. So he became a threat because Jeff Ford and Larry and all of them, they was honoring Fred. They was honoring Fred. Fred was the chief of chiefs. That's a fact. And Fred was like, y'all can do y'all little gang stuff, but y'all cannot be hurting black people. And I know that personally because I was a shorty, probably about in the 7th grade or whatever. And me and my boy Fifi, we walking down 117th Street. And a lot of times when you see the big boys, the gang members, if you far enough away, you just go the other way or run the other way before they get close. But this time, right when we got to the street, they turned the corner. They ran up on us. Like 5 of them got around me, 5 of them got around him. We ain't nothing but kids. We like 7th grade, whatever. But they like 10th grade, 11th, 12th, old enough to be freshmen and sophomore. So these are big boys and we really kids. So they around us trying to terrorize us for our little money. And so while they're around us, we ain't really going for it though, because in the black community, you can't be no punk. So I don't give a damn how many of them around us. I got to be hardcore. Even though I'm scared, I can't let them know I'm scared. So all of a sudden, a brother walk up and I hear them say, oh, that's David. And this dude walked up and he tell the black dudes, he said, "What y'all doing?" He said, "Leave them alone," like that. It was just him. And it was like at least 12 of them, maybe 10 to 12 of them. He said, "What y'all doing? Leave them alone." That was my first experience with the Black Panthers. And he walked off. And I heard the brother say, "That's Dave, he a Black Panther." And they was spooked. That's how I got connected to the Black Panthers. I'm like, who the hell is the Black Panthers? We didn't have social media and the news wouldn't show stuff like that. But they all left. He didn't even stand there to make sure they left. That's how powerful dude was. He said, "What y'all doing? Leave them alone." And he walked off and they left. That was impressive. I think I wanted to be a revolutionary ever since then. I was like, oh, that's who runs stuff. Real talk. That was my first experience with the Black Panther. Nah, the Black Panthers ain't gonna do nothing to you, Tiffany in Chicago. Tiffany, Chicago don't do none of that. If you come to Chicago, Chicago is multicultural. If you go to Chicago, ain't no black people gonna do nothing to you. Chicago is a peaceful place. If you come to Chicago, Chicago do not bother people. That's against Chicago's rules. So, sweetheart, if you come to Chicago, you down on Michigan Avenue, ain't nobody gonna say nothing to you. Chicago is a mind your own business city. And the Black Panthers never taught to do nothing to white people. And Black Panthers wasn't about attacking white people. The Black Panthers was about just helping black people with food. It wasn't about attacking no white people. They told you wrong, sweetheart. They was just organizations trying to get food and stuff for the black community. They wasn't organizations going out bothering people based on race. None of that was race based. The only way it was race based was it was helping black people, but it wasn't anti-white. The Black Panthers wasn't anti-white. They was just pro-black. So a lot of times, Tiffany, they try to mix pro-black with anti-white the same way they try to mix pro-white. You ever notice when people want to be pro-white and want to stand up for whites, they try to make it like that's anti-black. No, being pro-white is not anti-black. That's just standing up being proud you white. Just because they proud they white don't mean they hate me. So they always mix that up, Tiffany. They do white people the same way. Every time white people try to do something for their race, they try to make that like that's anti-black. That's not anti-black just because white people is proud to be white. They supposed to be proud to be white. That's crazy. Being proud to be white ain't anti-black. It's just proud to be white. Just like it's no different than if you're proud to be French. That don't mean you hate British. You know what I'm saying? You're just proud to be French. So when we have the soccer games, everybody proud of their country, and you cheer for your country, you cheer for your country. So they told you wrong. Ain't nobody gonna bother you in Chicago. You know what I'm saying? If you cute, ain't no black man gonna bother you. I know black men are gonna try to get up in you though. They gonna try to holler at you if you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. Tiffany, if you come here, you might get some D in you, but you ain't gonna get hurt. I'm just saying. We definitely ain't anti-white. And real men, we pro-pink. We love pink. You know what I'm saying? But that's no story. Don't get me started. Don't get me off track. Let me get the car back on the road. You know what I'm saying? Girl, you'll get it in Chicago. You tripping. You got us effed up. So that's what's happening with that. And that's why that's a bunch of confusion. So this man that's coming with all that guns and stuff, he don't represent us. This man is a fraud. This man is the police out trying to turn something into something that is not. and try to pretend he represent Black Americans. He do not represent Black Americans. This man represent the police trying to make it look like Black Americans is all involved with ICE business. We are not involved with ICE's business. Their job is to clean the country out and get illegals out, and illegals need to get out because when you have illegals in your country, you don't know who is who. You don't know who is who. So you got to get them out, and they got to come in the right way. You can't just go to Italy without Italy knowing who you are. You can't just run across nobody's border. And I don't know why people try to treat America different than any other country. You can't run across the border in Greece, Italy, Spain, nowhere. You can't just run across people's borders and live there. People want to know who you are. And your border is like your door at your house. And you don't let nobody just come in your house. And when you live in a country, that's your house. That's the house of the nation. England is the house of the people in England. America is the house of the Americans. And you cannot come from Venezuela and just come in our house and don't wipe your feet and ring the doorbell and let us let you in. You can't just climb through the window. You cannot break in the house. And that's what illegal immigrants are doing. They are breaking in our house here in the United States. And as a foundational Black American, I don't want just any Hispanic around here that we don't know who he is. What's your criminal history? Just like I don't want no ICE agent running around with a mask on, right? Running around with a mask on, and we don't know your criminal history. We don't know none of the history of these ICE agents. And it come out that a girl been getting essayed at the ICE facility over and over again just for the agent to bring her pictures and letters from her daughter. That just came out. I just seen that yesterday. That's going to hit the news like crazy. They took that girl in a closet. They let that man take that girl in a closet, that woman in a closet at the ICE facility and essay her over and over and over again just for her to be in contact with her daughter. Because you got people, we don't know who these people are. These people ain't been vetted. And when this is all done, you're going to find out that a bunch of them people in ICE is criminals, have essayed people, is illegal immigrants, they damn self, and all that. You're going to find out that illegal immigrants was grabbing illegal immigrants. Watch. It's a big old mess because nobody took the time to vet these people. Yeah, look it up. At the ICE facility, they was taking a lady from South America, Venezuelan lady, into a closet. They let one of the agents do it and the other agents covered for him. And he did this to her over and over and over and over again. Over and over and over and over again. So when you get a guy like this that goes out there and starts pushing violence, he's got to be the police. Because who asked him to go out there and put a black face in the middle of this? So this man has went and he has put a black face in the middle of all this confusion. That's what he's done. He's put a black face on it to try to make us targets. Now, who told him to make us targets? Because that's what he's doing. That's what this man is doing. This man is making us targets. That's what he's doing. Let's take another break and we'll finish. Y'all support the channel. So this man is out here lying, saying that the Black Panther Party represents all type of international nonsense. He's a liar. He's a straight liar. The Black Panther Party was trying to help these black inner cities. That's why they was Black Panthers. They weren't international Panthers. This man is a lie. He ain't from the United States. He don't represent the city of Chicago or none of these cities we at. And I'm letting him know and everybody know, you don't speak for us. We don't even know who you is. Really shut your ass up. Because this is what the Black Panthers represent. Food programs and medical programs for the community. And it was this police that's pushed the same thing this alleged possible police is pushing. This brother is pushing a police agenda. He pushing a police concept. That's what he pushing. He pushing the same thing this police was pushing. Police agenda. That's what he pushing. He's pushing a police agenda. That's what he's pushing. And he's pushing the same police agenda that the NFAC was pushing. Police agenda. That's what he's pushing. We've seen this movie. This man is nothing but a replacement. This man is nothing but a replacement for this man. And this organization is nothing but a replacement for the NFAC. That's all it is. That's all he is. He's a replacement for the NFAC. That's what he is. He replacing this. And coming with a new name, and now pick the Panthers because he can't be the NFAC no more. So now he a Panther. And he don't look nothing like a Panther. He looked like some schoolboy that they went and gave some type of little bit of military training. He looked like a punk to me. He don't really look like he like that. The only one look like he like that is the dude in the middle. Both of them dudes on the outside, they look like schoolboys. They look like government agents. They ain't that. So we've seen this movie over and over again. Another new infiltration. I knew they was going to do it. They was just waiting. They sat this man down, and from the beginning, they tried to figure out who going to replace him? Who going to replace this? And it's them. And you seeing him trying to build an organization, right? You seeing him trying to build an organization like he built. The same playbook. All this stuff he talking is for recruitment. So he can recruit you so they can get a foul on you and kick your damn door in. And for him to open up the door for white men to come outside like this. That's all he doing. He opening up the door for white militia groups to come out and say, we defending ICE. Because he's saying we going at ICE. So now you open up a door where any white man, any white militia group now can say, well, we defending ICE against you. So now making ICE bigger, and he's building a bigger army for ICE. He's got to be a federal agent because he's making more whites join ICE, support ICE, and come outside with guns. That's basically what he told white America. to come outside with guns. I'm out here with this gun and I'm going to use it. That's what he's saying. He talking real crazy. He talking crazy. That's why a lot of black people, we see him talking crazy like that. He got to be the police. Who would go out and say the stuff he been saying? With just 3, 4, 5 dudes. Ain't even got no, don't even have no organization. How you talking big like that and it's 5 of y'all? And you woofing. What happened to all the followers? You know what happened to them. They ran their files, they got their information, and they had to scatter. Got their information, ran their files. A lot of them been arrested. A lot of them been arrested. Because you done went and put your name. Listen, real talk. I've been really supporting Fred Hampton from a shorty, right? And he was still in prison. I was up at Bongo Beach on 63rd, me and my queen. And there was a little table said Free Fred Hampton. So I went over to the table to show my support. I'm like, yeah, try to get an update if they know when Fred gonna get out. This Chairman Fred now. I said, when Fred gonna get out, right? And I'm talking about Chairman Fred, right? So I went up to the table to try to see if they had any information on when Chairman Fred gonna get out. It was a sister at the table and 2 brothers. So one of the brothers, he said, brother, sign right here, sign the petition. This is before Fred get out. Salute to my brother, Chairman Fred. I'm going to be getting an interview with him pretty soon, right? I'm going to holler at him. I'm going to get him over here, right? So they had a petition. So they say, brother, sign the petition. So I'm like, no, thanks. You know what I'm saying? So then the brother's like, come on, brother, sign the petition. Woo, 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 woo. I'm like, nah, I'm cool. I'm trying to be polite. The brother come back again. He say, bro, you don't want to sign the petition. We need people to commit and sign. Woo, woo, woo. He get to talking. But see, he don't know who he talking to, this big Pharaoh. Boy, shut up and salute me. I'm higher ranking than Fred. Fred, respect to Fred, but Fred is ranked under me. It's his daddy did my group, D&M. He younger than me. He don't got no rank and file over me, but dude don't know all this. So he telling me to sign. Finally, I had to say, boy, let me tell you something. I ain't signing nothing. I ain't coming to none of y'all meetings. Because if I come to y'all meetings, some of y'all is the police. And some of y'all would have to be taken care of. And it might be you. You might be a victim. And I ain't pushing no value, but I told them, you might be bro, you don't want me to come to the meeting. Because I might not like you. Because you cannot tell me it ain't no police in y'all organization. I'm not signing nothing, bro. Now, if you want to stay out here, shut up talking to me before I make you pack. Before I make y'all leave. Hey, y'all come here. They got to get out of here before I call. There's a lot of my OGs and the brothers on the drums that know me. If I say y'all got to go, y'all going to have to go. Because, bro, why is you hell-bent on getting my information? Why you want my information? Bro, I'm not giving you my information. Don't y'all be signing nothing to none of these organizations or nothing. When you see somebody talking a whole bunch of black stuff, you can believe they either the police, but the police is there. That's the police job. Period. Whether you want some black revolutionary stuff or some street stuff. If you go get in a group that's doing illicit stuff, it's a police in that group. It's a DEA agent in your crew. Period. And so even in the streets, if you the one got to work and I want to get 2 or I want to get 4, bro, I only want to see you. Don't you pull up with nobody in the car. I had my man, I ordered 2 or something. Say, meet me here. When I pull up, I see him in the car with a dude. I didn't even look, act like I didn't see him or know him. I just drove and drove out. He was calling my phone. I didn't answer. He called my phone that night. He said, Ram, I was right there. I said, no, you wasn't the only one right there. He like, man, come on like that. Bro, I can't tell y'all what I told him. He said, man, Ram, you too much. Because I had to talk crazy to him in a kind of way like, listen, bruh, I don't know why you brought nobody in my business, but you breaking the rules. You know, if I'm going to meet you, bro, it's just all I want to meet is you. I don't want to meet whoever that is in your car. Why is they in my business? That's why Big Pharaoh ain't never been to prison. I never been to prison. I'm a god out here. Listen, when I was in the county jail, I was like a god. Because they say Pharaoh ain't never been to prison. Why? Because I'm not sloppy. And I don't trust nobody. And when it get to the point where I'm dealing with something and I can't trust nobody, I walk away. I walked away from the game for that same reason with the revolutionary. It was too many rats and snitches. You going to prison. If you're out here doing illegal activities, you're going to prison. Because there's rats all in your crew. Facts. It ain't no stand-up stuff no more. So don't you get out here talking nothing. Don't none of y'all respond to this dude. You don't know nothing. You ain't seen nothing. I didn't even want to make this video, but I figured if it was going to save y'all, go ahead. Do not respond to this. Do not comment on no page where you see this dude at. Don't say nothing because all you're doing is putting your name on a file. None of them videos he got have I said anything. Because all you're doing is telling the police to put you on a file, to check your IP address, and to run down your location. That's all you're doing. That's what his job is to pull you out. As soon as you go say, I support you, you on the FBI file, Department of Homeland Security, all that, ATF, immediately. As soon as you say anything on his support, ATF got your information, FBI got your information, Homeland Security got your information. Immediately, right then. You have let them know that you should be watched. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you. That's all you're doing is telling them, watch me too. They got him out there to pull revolutionaries out of the woodwork, to pull you out, militants. They want to find out who black is militant. This is distinctly to pull the black ones out. He didn't do a good job. Listen, a revolutionary, there's no such thing as a revolutionary until there's a revolution. No such thing as a revolutionary. Let me ask you something. Can you be a cook if you ain't cooking? Can you be a baker if you don't bake? Can you be a musician if you ain't playing no music? No. So how you going to be a revolutionary with no revolution? Because the idea was to get rid of him. That's self-explanatory. He had to go. He was a threat. He was a threat to the government. He was a threat to J. Edgar Hoover. He was a threat to the FBI. He was a threat to national security. He had to go. He was a threat. They didn't go there to arrest him. They went there to unalive him That's why he was on the sleeping pills. It was a rat that gave him the sleeping pills, a Fed. And many of the undercover people that work for him are still out here. I ain't gonna say no names. We were surrounded by feds. We were surrounded by federal agents that infiltrated the movement. Surrounded by them. Then you go to the meeting, you might think dude is an agent, but what you don't know, dude an agent, she an agent, he an agent too. Okay? Agents that been out here. Been out here. A lot of them brothers in the Black Panthers was hardened criminals for violent, crazy crimes. How the hell they end up Black Panthers? Some of them had like great women and all that. How you a Black Panther? Some of them Black Panthers were straight up scumbags. I'm not saying him, but I'm not saying he not either. I'm just saying a lot of them Black Panthers were scumbags. I ain't saying he was one, but I'm not saying he not. I'm just saying. A lot of them were snakes in the grass. When you look at a lot of them, you don't see nothing really pro-Black about them. They look like some street dudes playing pro-Black, taking them all out of prison. A lot of them dudes wasn't no good. And the ones that was standing on something, they had to run for their life. A lot of the ones that was on something, man, they had to run or they stayed in prison until they was too old to do anything. Dudes ran to Africa and everything. A lot of them flip-flop movements. 1 minute they was peace, and the next minute they was Black Panthers. How you go from Martin Luther King to the Black Panthers? Boom, boom. Malcolm gone. Then you run to King, then he gone. Then you run to the Panthers, then they gone. You're doing a lot of running around. What is you? So you was all about peace and all that 1 minute, and now the next minute you with the Panthers? Boy, you doing a lot of flip-flopping, boy. Boy, you doing a lot of flip-flopping. You know what I'm saying? Some of them had to went through all type of metamorphosis out here. Everybody gone but them. Everybody gone but y'all. Everybody that was a threat is gone. Everybody that was a threat is gone. Some of y'all here, but Mark Clark ain't here. He gone. And look how they don't never say nothing about Mark. They always talk about Fred. But they went in there, they underlined Fred Hampton and Mark Clark. But you ever see all they talk about is Fred. Nobody say nothing about Mark Clark, who was a faithful soldier. Nothing. You don't hear nothing. And they got a lot of y'all out here honoring dudes. You don't know nothing about them dudes. Yeah, they did. Here in Chicago, they had it, Justine, where you could go and see it. You could go see the house. There's bullets everywhere. And his mother was there pregnant with Fred Jr., and she got hit with some bullets, but he lived in her womb through all of that. You understand? Because you don't never be talking against no government, man, when you live in no government. You can't live in China and talk against China. I mean, I don't understand people. What country you can live in and talk against the country and you live there? You cannot live in America and talk American, anti-American. What you think, you like Superman or something? You don't speak against this country and you live here. Oh, what kind of fool would do that? You can speak against certain issues. You can say, oh, we want better schools or we want better hospitals, but you can't speak against a country. You can't be in no country and talk no revolution about no country and you live there. You can't speak against doing nothing to the police and try to make it look like the police is evil. When the police is the one come when your burglar alarm go off on your car or your house, so you got to call the police when something happens, but you trying to paint the police like the police is the Gestapo or something. No, the police is just the police. How you hate the police, but you don't know how to act. That's why you got police, because citizens don't know how to act. You got police because somebody will push your little daughter down. Somebody will hurt your daughter. Somebody will hurt your wife. Somebody will hurt your auntie. Somebody will hurt your son. So what you mean you against the police? When people don't know how to act. And when you hear people against the police, these is fake people. These ain't no real people, because real people that live in big cities got relatives that's police. It's a job. That's like hating firemen. But there's people in your family that's firemen. That's like hating nurses. But there's people in your family that's nurses. There's people in your family that's doctors. There's people in your family that's law enforcement. What? I grew up on a block with a bunch of policemen lived on the block. And nobody broke in no houses on our block. And they was just our friend's daddy. Mr. Young was just Michael and Julie's daddy. Make it make some sense. Mr. Stokes was Derek's daddy. Mr. Hawkins was Greg's daddy. What about the one speaking bad but living outside the country? Is there a can in that? A con in that? The one speaking bad, when you listen to somebody speaking bad that's not here, why would I listen to you? You're not even here. You show me somebody that's speaking bad against America, and then show me where they live at. And let's look at the living conditions where they live at. It's like a brother run to Africa, and he always talking about the United States when Africa sucks. Ain't a country in Africa worth 10 cents. Come on. How you going to go to Africa and talk about America with all the police corruption in Africa? In Africa, every time you drive down the street, they pull you over and you got to give them some money. They extort you. Everybody know when you go driving around, you got to pay the police in Africa. You got to pay. You got to keep money in your pocket just to pay the police. Everybody know that. The one lady asked her son, say, don't you get tired of paying the police? He said, I'd just rather just pay them, Ma, and just go do what I got to do. At least I don't got to go to jail and get beat up and all that, so I just pay them. Because people don't understand you live in the world, and the world is the world. So you looking for a holy place in the world? Good luck. Some places is better than others. But when people talk about Africa, that's false anyway. So you can't tell me you moved to Africa. You got to tell me you moved to Nigeria, you mean? You didn't move to Africa, you moved to Ghana. You don't live in Africa, you live in Ghana. You know what I'm saying? As far as being an immigrant and coming to the United States and pushing your flag, it's the dumbest thing you could do. If you come to the United States, be a United States citizen and pump the United States, or don't say nothing. You don't go to no country and promote your country. If you come, look, if you come to Chicago, the only place you're going to see people push their country is places where they pushing their cuisine. So the only time you're going to see Italians push Italy is at an Italian restaurant. The only time you're going to see Chinese push China is at a Chinese restaurant. The Greeks at a Greek restaurant. You push your pride based on your food and you selling ethnic food. But you can't push because Italians that came here, they Americans. They left Italy because Italy sucked. So what they look like leaving Italy for a better life and then promoting Italy. You know what I'm saying? If you know the history of white America, they left Europe because it sucked. And this was called the New Land. Why would they worship a place they had to leave? The only people that do that is mostly Africans. Africans is the only idiots that have to leave Africa and then come and brag about Africa. Who in the hell got to leave Nigeria and come over here talking about Nigeria, Nigeria, Nigeria? You had to leave Nigeria. Africans is slow. You can't have no pride in no country you had to flee. You look stupid. I had to leave Nigeria to make money, but Nigeria is the best. Really? Okay, ICE, get him out of here. For the blacks, the Africans and the Caribbeans got themselves kicked out. They slow. They came to another country promoting the other country they left. That was a big mistake. If I came here as a Jamaican, I'm not wearing no Jamaican nothing. I'm not wearing no Jamaican flag. I'm not wearing none Jamaican. I don't want to be no Jamaican. I just want to make me some money. If I leave Jamaica, I come to America to make some money. I just want to make some money. I'm not going on no Jamaica campaign. Now they saying Jamaica's got to get out. See? Because you stupid. What the hell you came here for promoting Jamaica? You're supposed to promote Jamaica in Jamaica. But if you here and you love Jamaica, then Jamaica ain't shit. Jamaica ain't shit. If you're a Jamaican and you're in America, Jamaica ain't shit. Unless I'm confused. That's like I break up with a woman named Angie. I don't want to be with her. And I be with Karen. And I say, and I got pictures of Angie everywhere. You know, I break up with Angie. It ain't working out. She ain't no good woman. I get with Karen and I wear pictures of Angie. I got, you know what I'm saying? Hey, he not crazy, Justine. Justine. That don't sound crazy. Justine, neither me, would you or I ever say that? Hey, Justine, you and I, will we ever say that? Ever, anywhere? That's what, will we ever say that? Who would say that? Who would say that? Justine, who would say that? Who would say that? Hey, G-Rock, imagine me going to Nigeria and making a video so I'll put a hole in the Nigerian police. Let that sink in, G-Rock. How that'll work in Nigeria if you got on video and said that? Where that'll work? Where would that work? Anywhere in the world. Where would that work? Now, if you say that, you got to be, it's only two things you could be. An agent or crazy. Hey, Justine, you got to say that. You can only be two things. You got to be a government agent that know they ain't going to do nothing to you, or you got to be cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. I don't know. You got to be crazy. If he's not an agent, he is definitely crazy. If he's not an agent, he's going to jail and 5, 4, 3, or get shot. If he's not an agent, he's out of here. If he's not an agent, he's out of here. He's not crazy if he's an agent, because if he's an agent, he'll probably get like $500,000 for this. If he's not an agent, he gonna get paid real good. Yeah, if he's not an agent, they'll pull him off the streets. He'll live somewhere real good for the rest of his life. He ain't got never. But the way he talking, ain't nobody gonna say that but somebody that's got mental illness or agent. The rest of us would be scared. I'll be too scared to say any of that. And I don't know why he's saying identity talking about this is not just about black people. This is about all kind of stuff. He was a rapper. Oh, well, he got the same. Well, he was a rapper and DJ. Okay, so the same MO. But it's not realistic. And then Americans ain't supposed to be pushing race and all this stuff. Listen, this got nothing to do with race, with them putting out people that came across the border illegally. It's got nothing to do with race. This is not anti-Venezuelan. This is not anti-African. This is none of that. This is Trump and them have to clean up a mess that the Biden administration let happen. Under the Obama administration, they were still putting people out. Biden was old, wasn't giving no commands, and let people run over the country. And the Democratic Party don't want to admit that all of this is the fault of Joe Biden. That Joe Biden just let millions and millions and millions of people run across the border. They found out Sleepy Joe was the president, and they say, oh, it's popping, it's wide open. We can run through now. That's what happened. Because you remember Obama was putting them in cages and sending them back. That's why Tom Homan, that was Obama's man. Exactly. Stay away from those protests. Stay away. Mind your business. Go to work. Take care of your children. Mind your business. And young people, never treat ICE like the enemy. Young people, listen to me. Never treat ICE. Never treat the police like the enemy. I'm going to repeat. never treat ICE and never treat the police like the enemy. Because when the police pull you over and you have enemy energy, then they return that with enemy energy. If you don't have enemy energy, you're just a citizen. Listen to all the people, American citizens that's watching me, especially young people. Everything you do, you pay taxes. You buy a piece of bubble gum, you pay taxes. You go to work, you pay taxes. So when you come in contact with the police, the feds, ICE, you pay their salary. They work for you. They're not your enemy. And so if you act like an American, they're going to treat you like an American. But if you're hostile to them, you're an enemy. So like if I go out right now and ICE pull up on me, I'm not going to be intimidated or nothing. Because they just some Americans out here doing stuff. They ain't going to do nothing to me. They ain't going to take me into custody. They're not going to take me into custody. That's a fact. ICE will never take me into. They ain't taking me into custody. Because they're going to pull up. If they walk up to me, I'll be like, what's up, y'all? What y'all on? Y'all out here working y'all ass. So I'm going to talk to them just like. And they say, okay, what's your name? Oh, man, I've been born here. I'm going to talk to them just like I'm talking to y'all. Boy, what you mean? I've been here longer than y'all. You know what I'm saying? Boy, 1958, Chicago. Wow, when you was born. Boy, listen. And they going to be like, oh, okay, man. Go have a nice day, guy. That's it. Have a nice day, guy. Police pull me over. They don't do nothing. Why? Because I don't act like no enemy. I don't act like no enemy. I don't care nothing about the police. When the police pull me over, to me, they just doing their job. I let them do their job. It don't really bother me. It don't really bother me like that. I don't do hostility. Hostility ain't no good. Even if you get unfairly arrested, as long as you don't show no hostility, all they're going to do is take you down and release you. That's all they're going to do. They're going to take you down and release you. Period. It's going to be a minor inconvenience, but they ain't going to do nothing but release you. You don't show hostility to no law enforcement. All you do is just dig in a deeper hole. That's it. You can get unalive like that, making a situation tense. And then they'll say, well, that's how you act to the police. That's how you act to criminals too. Yeah, if a criminal come to rob you, don't be showing no hostility. Just give them the stuff and let them go. This is how you survive in the world. They say, in the jungle, the same way, out hiking. If you go hike and a bear come out, hostility, that bear will attack you. That bear have to pick up that you ain't no opposition, you ain't no threat. If you ain't no threat, the bear go about his situation. The bear gonna only intimidate you to see if you is an aggressor. But if you show the bear, hey man, I'm just walking, minding my business, the bear won't come bother you. The bear won't bother you if the bear ain't picking up no hostility and no fear, because fear means hostility. Because the bear, like, what you scared of, you must be an enemy. You must be an enemy. You scared. This is how animals work. That's why when you see people have bear encounters, they be saying, okay, boy, okay, I'm not doing nothing. That's how they talk to it. The bear hear that soft voice and say, okay, you're just minding your business. Now, if the bear trying to charge, then you on some jungle stuff, so you got to make yourself look big and be like, ah, You got to let him know, boy, I'll hurt you if he's aggressive. You got to meet his aggression with your aggression. Other than that, if he's just checking you out, you got to chill. And the police is the same way. And ICE is the same way. They came to Chicago. They wasn't bothering us. They never bothered us. Everybody like, ICE going to come to Chicago, do this and that. No, they didn't. They didn't do nothing. They didn't do nothing. And so what you don't do, you don't get involved with nobody in none of these radical groups. Because these people in these radical groups, a lot of times they'll be the police. They'll be the police. You get somebody coming over here, radical name, all this, they're either the police or a fraud. Trying to look like a revolutionary on social media. In real life, they're a punk. They ain't none of that. What real militant gonna get on the internet? Militant Mike. You already know they're a fraud. Don't engage with none of that. Don't get in no conversation about this situation. Don't get out here talking crazy. Mind your business. Go look at something else. Skip past that. When you see that Instagram, skip past it. Just skip past. Don't. You know what I'm saying? If the feds and everybody see, she said that Bird Song guy put out a video 15 hours ago asking people to DM him their personal info and social media to join. Exactly. 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 Ain't that crazy? Mm-mm. Mm-mm. I got a white friend, and he joined a white radical group, right? They was on Facebook, and he joined a white radical group, right? That's really pushing like pro-white stuff. Man, after about 18 months, the feds came to his crib. The feds, he said, Pharaoh, I'm white. America's white. I joined this pro-white group. He said the feds came. He said, bro, they treated me like dirt. I said, yeah, bro, because he said, why though? They was white out. So I said, bro, that's not, they don't care about that. All they want to see is you somebody that'll join a group. And if you'll join any group, they feel like you'll join an anti-American group too. So they looking for group joiners. If you'll jump in any type of group, you a threat. He said, man, I ain't think about that. I'm telling you, man, you join in groups. They don't like you. They don't give a damn what you is. As far as they concerned, you a group joiner. So it's like this. If the American government is somebody like Trump and you feel like it's pushing towards a racist concept, which I'm not saying it is, but if you feel like that, then you join a racist group. The American government feel like, well, what you going to do if we go the other way? You're going to go against us. So they're going to be watching you because you a joiner. You done separated yourself because a regular American ain't joining nothing. They going to work, they coming on, they taking care of their children, they taking care of their grandchildren, they trying to go out with their wife, but the regular Americans won't be joining stuff and care nothing about that kind of stuff. So once they see that you got a propensity to be involved with any type of radical behavior, you a threat to the government. No matter what side you on. They don't like Black Panthers or KKK or Nazis. They don't like you. You a threat. You a threat. That's a fact. It's for the whites watching me too. Don't join none of that stuff. Don't join nothing. I'm telling you, you not getting no brownie points. You're going to be looked at as anti-government. I don't care what side you try to get on. They don't like no Proud Boys. Trump let them out, but they're going to lock them all right back up. All of them is going to be watched for the rest of their life because they're a threat to the country. They're a threat. They consider white supremacist groups a threat. That's a fact. They don't want you following nothing. They want you to follow USA. Those not considered American. Those considered offshoots. You become dangerous. Look at Oklahoma City bombing. Right? See? They was on some radical stuff. The government had to go deal with them. And then look what happened in Oklahoma City. See what I'm saying? Because they know you could flip. They don't like groups because you could flip. The feds know that. They know 1 minute you could be on their side, but as soon as they do something you don't like, you become an enemy. They don't like that. Any type of radical group you in, you on a file. I don't give a damn if it's black, white, or whatever. If you join any radical group, you are not on the file for good reason. They watching you because you're a threat. Period. A lot of blacks don't know that. They think that they support white supremacy in America. No, they support money. They don't give a damn about no white, black shit in America. America's about that money, about money. I don't care nothing about that. That's all fake. That's all fake. They'll send out bird whistles and stuff to get votes, like Trump pretending to be pro-white to get votes. He don't give a damn about that shit in real life. Y'all really think Trump care about that? Trump is running around with black people all the time. But when he see he got to run a Republican, most Republicans is white, so he had to play the white role. But he ain't really into that like that. That's not racist, not real. They about money. They only deal with race in terms of making sure people got jobs. This race got jobs, just like that. So they be looking out for white people because white people is the majority of the population, not because they white. Just because if the majority of the population is white, then Americans is white. Duh. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the hell? If it's only 50 million black Americans, but it's 360 million Americans, that means most of the Americans is white. So, yeah, I got to do white stuff. Duh. Because the country's white. Duh. You only 50 million. Duh, bruh. That's not racism. That's what you got to do to maintain the country. You got to make sure that white Americans is taken care of because that's the majority of the country. If white Americans ain't taken care of, black Americans ain't going to have no money. Where you going to get money from? Where's black Americans going to get money if white Americans ain't getting no money? When the majority of the country is white Americans. Duh, bruh. So you want them to get a lot of money. Because that's where our money come from. Duh. I want white America to get a whole bunch of money. That's where I get my money from. I don't know how you hate white Americans because white Americans is all on my $100 bills of white American, on my $50 bills of white American, my $20 bills of white American on there, my $10 bills of white American, my 5 and my 1, and all my coins. Got white Americans in them. You don't hate your money, but come on, keep it a billion. I don't know. That's why a lot of radical black people don't like me. They don't want to hear this part. Yeah, the radical black people, but I've watched radicals come and go over these years. Why you gonna listen to them? They ain't gonna bust a grape. Radical blacks don't be doing nothing for black people. They just be talking radical shit. The two groups that don't do nothing in America is the radical blacks and the white supremacists. They don't be doing shit for nobody. They just be pushing weirdo philosophies. They don't be bringing nobody to the table. You know what I'm saying? Trump went too far with the white supremacy stuff, and look how much money America losing. America going broke because Trump don't want to work with other nations and shit. He running the money away. See, he never was a good businessman. He let his emotions, you know, and he too old. But that's a whole nother story. It ain't this racist. Trump too old. Sit him down. He might wake up in the morning, do anything. Invade the Antarctic. Put grandpa to bed and get somebody young in here. But that's what's going on with that situation with this guy. Don't y'all get involved with this nut stuff. We've seen this movie already. It's the same movie, same replay, same movie, same stuff. The same playbook. Don't y'all get involved with that. That dude is nothing but problems. That's all he is. You understand? MAGA mama. Hey, MAGA mama, let me tell you something. Get off the internet and get you a life, okay? Get you a man. Get somebody want to be bothered with you, right? And get you a life, sweetheart. Get off this internet doing stuff you ain't gonna do in real life. You know you're not saying that in real life when I'm there with my queen. I tell you this, MAGA mama, catch me outside one day with a black woman and say that. And then we're gonna see how that work out for you. Get off the internet. MAGA mama. Yeah, MAGA mama, you need to grow up and stop trolling on the internet. Go get you a life. Go take a bath, a shower, get you a man, cook, clean up the house, take care of the kids or have some kids, do some mommy stuff. Stop trolling on the internet like a loser. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? If you get lonely, holler at me. I'll knock a little MAGA out you. You know what I mean? Make you a little more Democrat and Republican mix. That's all you need. All you need is a little medicine, baby. I could change your whole man, baby girl. She said she MAGA's mama. I don't know. If all of MAGA is your kids, use a hoe. You got a lot of babies. She just trolling. Leave MAGA mama alone. She trolling. She ain't nobody's mama. She ain't nobody's mama. She just trolling. That might be a dude nowadays. MAGA mama might be, LGBTQ nowadays. You don't never know who that is. You know what I'm saying? Trolling. With them kind of names, she could be anything. Then she could be, somebody else on another account and somebody else on this account. It's the internet. You got to know how to deal with the internet. I know how to deal with the internet. Just block. It's real simple. I let them do a whole bunch of typing, and then I can't stand you, and then I don't like you, and then you ain't no good, and then I read it, block. They do all this. I just hit one button. She hit a whole bunch of buttons. I just hit one button, and everything. She took all that time, and all just disappeared. They be mad. I did all of that typing stuff to you, and you just go push a button and just get rid of me like that. Yeah, girl, I'm not finna argue with no typing. You typing. I discuss with anybody and argue with no type, and then I don't get into politics like that. I don't get into anti MAGA, pro MAGA, anti Republican, pro Democrat. I don't that to me. That's like I don't know. I don't know. That's like make believe stuff. That's like distractions where they distract you to like this side against that side, right? And you'll get on social media and you'll be this side against that side. Then you get off social media and realize you got to fix some dinner, you got to pay your electric bill. You know, you get off and then you back in the real world where none of that don't matter. This is where Americans better get their head together. When you get through with this, all this stuff on this internet and get off, you're going to have to go back to the real world. Trump ain't going to pay no bills. The government ain't going to be there. It's just going to be you and the light bill and the rent or the mortgage and the food bill. It's just going to be, that's it. That's all going to be there for you. And none of that stuff you're doing going to make no difference once you log off of this fake world, this internet world. You're going to be back in the real world. And that's a problem I could do a live on because when people do finally, which they will in a few months, get back in the real world, they're going to start rioting. Once people, if this government don't provide no money for these Americans and don't lower these food costs and lower this stuff, when these people get through playing all these, this one against that one, and then they sit back and look like them ICE dudes. When them ICE dudes realize that that money they making ain't going to be enough to take care of their living, when a lot of them ICE dudes go back and they wife been sleeping with somebody and she done ran off and all that, get back and they wife pregnant by another man, get back and they dumped him to go with Johnny while he out there playing cowboy, that's when they going to get to the real world. Because a lot of them ICE agents, while they out there chasing migrants, somebody chasing their baby mama, somebody chasing their wife, knocking her back out while you out here playing cowboy. A lot of them women ain't going to be there when you get back. If you know anything about women, when them men get back, their whole family lives going to be destroyed because they only get 10,000 up front and they got to work 5 months to get the other 40,000. They ain't getting up but 10,000 a month. So when they told you ICE get 50,000, no, they don't. They get 10,000 a month, and they don't get it a month. They only get 10. Imagine you get 10,000 and you got to work for 1 month, and you got to work 4 more months before you get the rest of your money. Now they just got that 10. Guess what ICE agents going to be doing by next month when ain't no more money coming in and you still got to live off that 10 and you still got 4 more months to go? What that going to be like? What's that going to be when the ICE agents ran through that first 10, the first month, and they got to work 4 more months with no more money? And if you make any mistake and you don't finish 5 months, not only do you not get the money, you got to send back the money you got paid. If an ICE agent mess up, right? If I'm an ICE agent, they give me 10 for last month. And then this month, let's say towards the end of this month, I get fired. I don't get no more of my money, and I got to send them the 10 back. Every ICE agent that get messed up and get fired got to send a 10 back. You got to send the 10 back. If you don't finish the 5 months and get the other 40, you got to send the 10 back. You owe them 10. And that's the government. You got to give them the 10 back. Once they find out that, ICE agents going to be robbing people, breaking in, bank robbery, all type of shit. They got scammed because they thought they was getting 50,000. So like, I'm going to join this to get 50 racks up top. If you get 50 racks up top before the 5 months, you can make that work because that money can make money and different stuff like that. But if you only get 10, you know what I'm saying? Tell them, Troy, if you only get 10,000 and then you got to work 4 more months to get the other 40, come on, man. Hey, Goshen, don't nobody know that part. The ICE agents is suckers. Those is he scammed them. He scammed them. So now you got, if you make a mistake, you don't get your other 40 grand. So you got 40 grand in front of you. And you better do everything they told you to get that 40 grand. And if not only do you have to do everything they told you to get the 40 grand, if you don't do it, you owe them 10 grand. So they 10 grand in the hole if they don't stay. Now let that sink in. You either got to stay to get the other 40 or leave and owe them 10. Now you tell me how great of American that is. You out there thinking you're a great American. You know what I'm saying? It's not till you done work 2 months, 3 months before you realize, damn, I've been went through that 10. I got to work 2 or 3 more months to get my 40. And if I quit, I owe you 10. Yeah, if you quit, you owe them 10 that they will take from you because it's the government. So they could just take your money. Scam the hell out of them. Y'all know that if I was an ICE agent for 5 months, right? Come on, man. For me to be an ICE agent 5 months to do what they do would cost you 150 grand at the least, 150 to 200 grand. For me to put my life on the line like that for 5 months, where I can get ran over by cars or shot or hit with a head with a bottle, come on, man. It would cost you 150 to 200 grand. Am I lying? Would you do that for 50 grand for 5 months? For 10 grand a month? You'll put your life on the line for 10 grand a month? Hell no. Think about it. Which one of y'all would do that? Be away from your wife and your children. Your mama you might be helping. Your daddy. Be away from your family for 5 months for 10 grand a month and put your life on the line of getting ran over by cars and all of that. Who would do that? Because for me, it'll cost you, like I said, the least 150 grand, preferably 200 grand. 200 grand, and it costs you 100 grand up front. 100 grand up front. With stipulations, if I get hurt, I get the rest of my money and all that. You can't just write me a contract. I got to look at the contract. No, you got to add. No, what about this? You can't just give me no contract. I just sign it. No, hell no. Okay, so if I get hurt, do I get the rest of my money? No. And what? Oh, no. No, it's 200 grand. If I get hurt, I get my 200 grand and I get medical insurance and shit. Who gonna take care of me when I get hurt? 200 grand ain't nothing if I get hurt and I gotta go in the hospital. So I'm saying all that to say what? What you think finna happen when the shit hit the fan and ICE realize they got bamboozled? What you think gonna happen when all the ICE people that's getting ready to lose their jobs for doing stuff they ain't supposed to do, and they gotta pay that money back? Y'all know that probably only a half or less of them gonna make it 5 months. Y'all know that. Y'all know they not gonna make it 5 months. So about half of them gonna have to send 10,000 back. And y'all know that if you leave your woman around there walking around hot, y'all know the chances some other dude gonna run up in her while you gone. It's only gonna be so many women that's your wife. Some of the wives might stay true, but your girlfriend gone. Your fiance gone. Somebody, a lot of them, when they get back, she gonna be pregnant, and it ain't gonna be his baby. A lot of them gonna get back. Domestic violence gonna go through the roof with ICE agents. A lot of women gonna get hurt. Listen, when them men get back after all this violence and stuff they be doing, and they get back to a wife that ain't been, or a girlfriend that ain't been true, how you think they gonna act? How many ICE agents you think you're gonna go to prison, domestic court, and all that? Nobody ain't considering that part. Nobody ain't considering that part. How many women could you leave for 5 months and be out there like that? When you live in a world where your best friend, your brother, your uncle, your neighbor gonna get at your wife once they know you gone, they at her. Y'all in America, y'all know if I leave my woman for 5 months and everybody know I left, y'all know all the dudes in the neighborhood, the neighbors, y'all know y'all know people gonna be in her face. She might get weak. She might get weak. She be like, I just need a man to touch me. You let him touch you and he got you pregnant? Well, you were gone. You should have stayed here and got a job. You running around chasing Trump. See what I said? A lot of women ain't going to respect that. You know what I mean? This is going to be a big, big problem. The ICE agents is basically, if you just ain't no dude don't care that kind of live in a 1-bedroom apartment or something, you might be all right. You're going to go do that shit, get your little bread, come back, do whatever. Give you 10 racks, boom, you pay up 6 months rent. You know what I'm saying? Boom, you don't care. Your apartment's sitting there. Boom, you're going to go get your other 40 grand, come back. You kind of balling. You know what I'm saying? If you live in a minimum lifestyle and you come back with 40 racks, you doing all right. 40 racks at one time, yeah. But if you got a wife and a house and children, that ain't going to work. If you in love, that ain't going to work. That ain't going to work if you mad. If you one of these dudes heavily in love, that ain't going to work. 5 months away from the coochie? Come on, man. And it's getting hot and it's purring and shit. She going to give it away. Chris Brown already told you. Chris Brown already told you. Okay? He already told you they ain't loyal. Chris told you. So all of this is a big old disaster it's gonna hit ahead. It's a disaster. But I'm not really anti-Trump. I gotta see if he know what he doing. I don't know if he know what he doing or not. So that's why I'm not judging Trump. Because I don't want to be a person to judge Trump. And then a year and a half from now, America's popping. And I'll be like, damn, dude was right. See what I'm saying? Because it's hard to judge Trump when the country was messed up anyway. You know what I'm saying? You say nobody knows. He said nobody knows this dude or where he from. Hell no. That's what I'm saying. Who the hell is he? That's what I'm saying. Like, dude just popped up from nowhere talking big hey, Future Black. He talking big crazy, ain't he? That's what tripped me out. I ain't never seen nobody talk big crazy. I think he's the craziest talker. Ain't he the craziest talker in U.S. history? Come in the chat. Who in U.S. history talk crazier than this dude? Can somebody name anybody talk crazier than dude? Let's do that while we here. Who in history ever talked as crazy as him? I'm gonna try to think, because Fred Hampton didn't talk that crazy. Malcolm didn't talk that crazy. Because he talking about, I got big guns. I got bigger guns than y'all. Put big holes in y'all. I like, what? You're talking to ICE? Bro, are you serious? I was like, is you serious? Exactly, Ham. Hey, who y'all know in history? He did beat Grandmaster Jay. What Grandmaster Jay said was crazier than that? Hey, maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. What Jam Master Jay said that was crazier than coming out with that gun when he was out there and say, see this gun? I got a big gun, put big holes in ice. I don't remember Jam Master Jay. Hey, Key. He did say he was invading Texas and taking nukes. I forgot about that. Invade Texas and taking nukes. Let me think about that. Invade Texas and taking nukes. Yeah, he did say that. But I would still have to give him the award because that don't sound like a real serious threat. That sound more crazy. So he is talking crazy, but it don't carry the weight of seriousness. It's like, oh, dude, shut your ass up. You ain't going invading nobody, take no stuff. This dude talking about, I got the big guns that put holes in ice. I think that was more egregious. I don't know what you think. Like what dude said is more realistic, right? Hey, listen, I put it like that. If I had to pick one of them crazy things to say, I would say the Texas thing. For sure. I would say that. If I had to, they said, Pharaoh, you had to pick a crazy thing, I would pick, I'll invade Texas, take all y'all nukes. But I would not get out there and say, I got the big gun to put the big holes in ice. I'll put some big holes in y'all. Yeah. Hell no. Hell no. Why they actively out there? Because you talking about Texas, there's nobody out there. There's nothing going on in Texas. You're just throwing out a threat when there's really nobody to throw the threat out. This fool outside This fool outside with ice outside, jumping out right now. And he like, I got the big gun. I didn't get the little gun with the big holes. I'm going to put the big holes in you with a lot of rounds when you jump out. I'm going to put the big holes in y'all. I never heard nobody talk crazy. That's why he got to be the police. I said, what? Listen, you ever watch something so crazy, you just go watch something else? That's how that went. Because I seen this a few days ago. And I couldn't even process it. So I just went to something else. Hey, that's some hell of a bluffing. G-Rock, it was so crazy that I just went and watched something else. MREC. I just did the Scooby-Doo. I was like, and I just went and watched something else. And then I tried to kick it in the back of my man, but it wouldn't never leave. You know, that dude was talking extra spicy, right? The more I thought about it, the more I said, did he really say that like that? Like, did dude get on camera and say that like that? Bro, did you say you gonna put big holes in ice? Did you say that? Bro, you got to be crazy. Why are they jumping out? What? Listen. When Jay said that, we figured he talking crazy. Eventually the feds gonna get him. We know they coming to get him now. Y'all listen. They coming, if they don't come and get him, he got to be a fed. If anybody that's not a fed say that, what will happen within a week? Listen. I'm going to tell you why he crazy. One of the craziest presidents I've ever seen is Donald Trump. Donald Trump got ice out here. Tell me you wasn't talking crazy to Donald Trump. See, that's why I'm tripping. Because I know. Because listen, it's a lot of things I ain't said since Trump been in office. I'm not playing with Trump. Listen, I'm not playing with Trump. I don't know if y'all noticed, I'm not speaking too much on political stuff. Boy, I'm not playing with Donald Trump. You got to know man, I'm not playing with Trump. Trump is not the one to play with. So if you ain't really about that life, leave dude name out your mouth. I'm just saying, Trump crazy. Is Trump the president to play with? Yes or no? Put it in the chat. Is Trump the person you want to be on the internet trashing? Put it in, or is it just me? Am I scary? Am I scary? Because I don't want to play with dude. I don't want to play with dude. I don't want to play with Trump. I don't want to play with Trump. You ever been in the hood and you know it's certain dudes in the hood, but Big Jeff crazy? You don't never play with crazy ass Big Jeff. Don't nobody play with dude. Because dude gonna go further than everybody. Dude gonna go to prison. He gonna crash out. Big Jeff gonna crash out. You know he gonna crash out. Big Jeff don't care about his life, prison, nothing. You care about your life, your children, your wife, prison. You ain't no match for Big Jeff. You not going like Big Jeff, so you just don't deal with Big Trump crashing out. You gotta what you gotta say about Trump? I gotta give him props. Trump crashing out. He the first crash out president I ever seen. Dude crashing off. He ain't telling them people right now, I'm going to invade Greenland and y'all can kiss my ass. He ain't say that. And I'm going to put a tariff on y'all. I'm going to invade Greenland. Dude said, I'm finna invade Venezuela, and went down there and blew Venezuela up. Why do I support FBA? I am FBA. So what do you mean support FBA? I'm a foundational Black American. Why do I support myself? I'm a foundational Black American. Do you know what FBA is? FBA is a lineage. You think FBA is a group. FBA is not a group. So you got to go study, Vic. FBA, when you say support, FBA is a lineage, not a group. So the reason you don't understand, because you don't understand. You don't even understand what FBA is. That's like saying, why do you support Black Americans when we called ourselves Black Americans? You know how intelligent that sound? When I call myself a Black American, how intelligent would it sound if you said, why do I support Black Americans? Okay, foundational Black Americans. FBA is Black Americans with foundational in front of it. Okay? FBA is Black Americans. We just put foundational in front of it, describing which Black Americans we are. It's Black Americans with the word foundational in front of it. It's not no new stuff. FBA is not no new stuff. Has nothing to do with anti-white or nothing. It's just describing us as the Black Americans that been here, because when Blacks come now, if you Black and you come, okay, American, right, is your nationality. Black could be your race. So technically, if you come from Nigeria and you're Black and you become an American citizen, technically you could be identified as a Black American, because American is citizenship. So in order for us not to get mixed up with other Black Americans that came here, we are identifying the Black Americans that been here from the 1700s. So foundational Black Americans mean we are the lineage that been here since the country started. That's what that means. That's all that means. That we trace our family all the way back when the country started. That we picked all the cotton and all that. We did all that. We leveled all that land down south so you could still plant on it and all that. We built the whole agricultural system in the South with free labor. That's all that means. And reparations is just demanding to pay for that. It's no different than the Japanese wanted reparations and the Jewish people wanted reparations. It's no different. I don't know why it's always a big deal for us when anybody would know that if anybody is owed reparations, it would definitely be Black Americans. And I might talk about that later. America definitely gains if they give Black Americans reparations. That's a big ass win for the country. So I got to get white Americans to understand, reparations does not hurt you because the majority of the country is white and you control a lot of the stores. So why wouldn't you want people to get a lot of money to bring to your stores? You know what I'm saying? So I think white Americans are afraid of reparations for no reason, thinking that Blacks going to get an advantage. But no, Blacks going to get an advantage, spend a lot of money, and it's going to even out. So I got to get white Americans to see, hey, reparations is the best stimulus this country could ever have. And white Americans should be pushing reparations, and white Americans should be positioning themselves to make a lot of that money. I think that don't nobody explain it to them. White Americans are smart, And if you explain that to them, I think they'll be like, you know what? He's right. It's going, listen, if I get reparations and I got a house inherited from my mother and I need a roof, I'm going to call whoever could put a good roof. I'm going to call whoever could do good fencing. I'm going to call whoever could lay down a new pavement. So all them people going to make money. It's definitely a plus for them. How much money is the cement people going to make? How much money is the roofing people going to make? How many cars America going to sell? How many clothes America going to sell? It's a win-win for everybody. I think a lot of white Americans that feel like jealous of it, they ain't understanding the economical benefit for them. How could you be the dominant society that controls all the money and the product? Why would you get mad? People gonna get money to buy more product when you control all the product. It's a win for you. That's like me selling weed and all the weed heads, you get them reparations. Do I lose? If I sell weed and you give all the weed head reparations, do I lose? No, I don't lose. I'm winning too. I'm winning big time. I mean, Trump is Trump, you know? Trump is Trump. So when people, I'm 68 years old, so a president is just a president. You live with it. It's an election, somebody win, and you move on. Because other than that, you young people, don't spend every 4 years of your life crying about whoever the president. If you're young, you're in your 20s or 30s, it's going to be a lot of presidents. What you going to do? You're going to have a conniption fit? How many presidents I've been under? And I'm born in 1958. Do the math. Can I have a conniption fit over every one of them? No. It just is what it is. That's one reason America's great, because there's two parties, and whoever get in there, if they don't do a good job, they're gonna be out of there. And right now, Republicans want Trump out of there. They want him out of there. The Republican Party don't like Trump. The Republican voters don't like Trump. He messed them up. They lost. They losing their farms. They going broke. He the only one getting rich. His voters hate him now. I don't know if y'all keeping up with it. He not in good favor with America right now because he ain't came through. He ain't done nothing. What have Trump done to help his voters? Nothing. All his voters is worse off than they was for you. Realistically, the Trump administration I don't know who you talk about. He say that they need FBA so government can recognize who are the so-called. He's like, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know. A beat active education is important. So you need to go back and get education and learn how to because I don't understand what you're saying. Like that's incoherent. Like show what you got. What grade I don't. Who is he is like 90 years old and he still doesn't know that his social security number includes the roots of your lineage, da 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 da. So what are you trying to do? You trying to push some philosophy that ain't never took off yet, or what's your point? Beat active. That's your name, Beat Active. I couldn't really see listening to nobody called Beat Active 8075, but if you say so. I mean, your name, based on your name and identity, you're not credible, really. But if you say so, does everybody listen to Beat Active? Like you big out here in the Beat Active world? Like people really listen to you? Because in my world, you could be like any kind of, you could be anybody. You might not really know nothing in real life. You know what I'm saying? You might be parroting some Instagram video you seen. I just seen an Instagram video and you don't understand it in your social security number. You know what I'm saying? Who is, I don't know who he is. I don't know. And you got like a, what's that picture? Let me see what he looked like. What's that picture? Oh, it looked like a Puerto Rican flag with a crown on it. You a Rican? I don't know. I don't know. You gotta type it over so I understand what you're saying. You say he say they need. Who is he? And what you mean need FBA? FBA is a lineage. I don't understand. What do you mean need FBA? What do you mean need FBA? How do you need a lineage? Like you need Italian American? You need like Greek American? Like what? You need like it's a lineage, bro. You don't know what FBA is, bro. What's your name? B. Stop speaking on stuff when you don't know what you don't know what FBA is. You make yourself not look too intelligent. Yeah, he say he gonna get impeached if he doesn't win the midterms, but if he don't stop eating a Big Mac, a quarter pound, and a fillet every day, he not gonna be here but a few more months, if that. Yeah, he not gonna be here. There ain't enough of Latinos. Uh, y'all got a lot of Puerto Ricans and Cubans in the Black Panthers now, huh? I don't know who them people is. I don't know who y'all is either. I don't got no Black Panthers, so I don't know who is y'all. Who is y'all, Kayla? I don't know. Who is y'all? You mean like me, like I hired them or something? When you say y'all, who is y'all? I don't own them people. That's just like, who is y'all, Kayla? I don't know who y'all is. I'm confused. In the news in Philly. I don't know. You know how it is, Kayla. Somebody just go do something, and then everybody got to take responsibility for any lames that do something. You know, you know what I'm saying, Kayla? Kayla, it's like a woman go do something, and then somebody say, "Y'all women to deal with." You look like I don't know that bitch. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Kayla, you know what I'm saying? It's like a woman do something goofy, and then somebody come to you and say, "Y'all women be doing goofy." You're like, "Y'all women, I don't even know her." Am I lying, Kayla? You don't know her, but they gonna come tell you, y'all women, really, you know, you're like, what you mean, y'all women? The government don't need you to call yourself FBA. You feel to call yourself FBA, da 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 da. Okay. Okay, you got that off your chest. And what's it to you? How does this benefit you? What are you benefiting from this? I'm trying to figure out what it got to do with you. What does this have to do with you? Tell me that part. Are you just a typist? What does FBA and what we doing have to do with you? Nothing. In my world, you looked at as a loser focusing on something that ain't got nothing to do with you. That's loser type. You coming off like a loser, like somebody that ain't got a life, that ain't got nothing to think about concerning themselves. Why is Oh, okay. So it's just a joke to you. Okay. Well, listen, you're on the wrong page. You know what I'm saying? Go watch something more serious. What is he watching? He say FBA is a joke, and I'm FBA, but you watching me, bro. Put on some man pants. I hope you ain't no dude, no man. He ain't no energy vampire. That's just a loser. That's somebody that wastes their time on social media venting about other people's situations. That's all. He don't cause no threat. The only threat he has is to his own self, his own mind, not able to focus on what he needs to do. Why are blacks and Latinos organized together? That's false. Because when you say blacks, you insinuating that all blacks is uniting with all Latinos. That's false. So when you see some blacks and Latinos, that's not blacks and Latino. That's those blacks and some Latinos. So that's where you're off, Kayla. When you see blacks with Latinos doing stuff, that's not blacks and Latinos because there's more blacks that's not there than that's there. So how is it fair for you to take a few blacks that's somewhere and put that on blacks when blacks ain't out there? I'm in Chicago. You know how many black people in Chicago? We're not out there. So you're taking a relatively few amount of blacks and saying blacks, which is false. See what I'm saying, Kayla? That's like me saying, why is white folks in ICE? ICE is not white folks. ICE is some white people. Am I right, Kayla? Is ICE white people? No. Right? If I see white men in ICE, is it intelligent, Kayla, for me to say, why is white people in ICE? That's not white people. That's some people. What you think? I say white people. ICE is whatever white dudes is in ICE, but they don't represent white people. They represent themselves. Am I right or am I wrong? Kayla? Those white men in ICE don't represent white people. They just represent themselves. Am I right? What you think, Kayla? That's like me going to an LGBTQ event and seeing some white men and saying, why is white people LGBTQ? Right? You'll be like, what you mean white people LGBTQ? Well, you know what I'm saying? What you think, Kayla? No, online, very few black people are, comparatively speaking, a lot of black people ain't even on online, and the black people that you're seeing online is based on your feed, isn't it? Your feed determines what you see. So the reason it seemed like a lot of black people, because you must have clicked on it, and once you click on it, Kayla, they're gonna send you everybody talking about that and gonna give you the impression. But black folks ain't talking about that. Listen to me, I'm black. Black folks ain't talking about that shit. You think black folks sitting around talking about that? Black people. Listen, Kayla, a lot of black people don't give a damn about none of that. They going to the club, they going to party, they going to dinner, they going. A majority of black people not even on the internet. There's 50 million black Americans, and ain't no 50 million black Americans on your timeline. So black people on social media do not represent black people. They represent the black folks you see on social media in your timeline. And your timeline is based on what you click on. So you clicked on something like that, which they got to change that on Instagram. Because, like, I clicked on, every time I click on something, they start sending me all that. Like, I clicked on somebody make hair oil, and now it's just hair oil Hey, Kayla, I swear to God, I clicked on somebody make some hair oil. And Kayla, all the videos I'm seeing now is hair oil videos. I'm trying to figure out how I can unclick that because I didn't think they was going to send me. Hey, Kayla, I didn't think they was going to send me 50,000 hair oil videos. So that's social media be doing that. That's social media messed up. Instagram has then went to hell. Instagram need to go back there. We just see who we follow. I don't see nobody I'm following. Who is all these people? And they got people talk to me and they said this being translated in AI. Who is dude? I saved the video off of Instagram because I didn't see this as translated. When I played it back, he was saying, Bruta, la quetila, paponte, cadero, sumana calica. I said, damn, that ain't what he was saying. When I downloaded it, you know what I'm saying? I downloaded the video of a dude talking in English, and when I played it back, I understood the shit he was saying. I said, what the hell is this? Then I noticed the next one, they say this being translated AI. Why is y'all sending me these people from Czechoslovakia and everywhere? Why they put black people in the middle of stuff? I mean, some black people be jumping in the middle of stuff. You know what I'm saying? We jumps into stuff. You know what I'm saying? We jumps into shit. We on social media. So, when we say something, it's you know how it is, the black thing. So when black people say something, it's like, oh, you black people. We the only ones get categorized like that. We the only ones get categorized like that. Because white Americans are just American. We the only ones that's black all the time. We don't never get to just be people. Everything we say is our skin color, which is a little weird, ain't it? You ever notice everything you do is black? You go to a restaurant, you're the black person, and everywhere you go, you don't never get to be a person. Then when you get on some black shit, then they want to say, we're all just people. Bitch, you just said I was black all the time. like, which one is it? We all people or we ain't? You know what I'm saying? Well, why weren't we all people when you came at me with all this black shit? Now when I get on some black shit, now we all people. Make some goddamn sense. We all people or we ain't. And then if you don't like my black ass, get your ass out the sun, suntanning and going to the sun shit. Stop curling up your hair and stop putting shit on your skin. You know what I'm saying? Stop de-whitening yourself if black is bad. The first time I peeped the black shit was phony. When I left here and I went to California, seen all them white people laying on the beach trying to get a tan. I said, they phony as hell. How you don't like black people when you laying in the sun? But I didn't know no better. I had to get out in the world, and I got out in the world, and a lot of white ladies let me know, no, we love you. I said, oh, okay, bitch, I didn't know. You know what I'm saying? I thought y'all hoes was haters, but no, they love us. That's media. That's media. They don't hate black people. That's fake. I got a lot of white friends. And I've been up in a lot of white ladies that loved your boy. That's all fake. Now, some of the men might hate me since I ramped up into them women, but it's a whole bunch of women out here. You'll be all right. I ain't gonna hate no white man because he's sleeping with no black woman. It's a whole bunch of black women. I just go get one of the other black women. I don't know, but I thought that was weird when I was young. I was young. I was like 20. I left Chicago and I seen all them white people in Hawaii and California land trying to get brown. I was confused as hell. I was like, damn. You don't like brown people, but you're trying to get brown and you putting on all kind of, okay. I'm confused as hell. Oh, y'all lying. Oh, it looks like jealousy. Yeah, I synced all them docs like that. Hey, Kayla, I would never dox no Ice Age. They gonna find them, ain't they? They gonna find them. Hey, Kayla, I would never do nothing like that with you. Hell no, boy. I'm not finna dox no government agent. Boy, they gonna find whoever did that. They going to prison forever. Hey, Kayla, I wouldn't even. I don't. Boy, hey, Kayla, that came up on my timeline. I ain't repost that. I'm like, boy, I'm not reposting that. Hey, Kayla, I'm not reposting that. My name Wes, and I'm not in that mess. Boy, a lot of y'all watch me. Certain things you see, don't repost that shit. Hey, Kayla, I scroll past that so fast. Hey, Kayla, when I seen that, I'm like, what? Boy, so I seen it. I said, hell no, I don't no comment, nothing. I'm not clicking that. Boy, I'm not clicking that. I'm not. I might as well go down to the FBA and say, FBI and say, hey, FBI, come just get me. Boy, I'm not clicking that. Y'all better stop clicking on anti-government stuff. Listen, stop clicking on anti-government stuff. This is not back in the 60s and 70s where you could talk and nobody necessarily see you. This is a world where they could push a button and find all you. And you getting yourself involved in something that, you don't want to be involved in all this espionage and all this race hate and all this government stuff. You don't want to be involved in that. You don't want to be involved in that. All that stuff with ICE and the government, stay out of that shit. Now, if you want to get in it, cool. As long as you're willing to pay the price, cool. If you want to be a radical, if you want to be a subversive, if you want to be like a protester, you want to stand up for something, that's cool as long as you're willing to deal with what come with it. I'm just saying, make sure you're willing to deal with what comes with that. And when the government's going through this type of stuff and you get involved, you getting involved with something you might not want to get involved with when it comes to immigration and stuff like that, and they start invading countries and all that, that means it's time to be quiet. When you see them invade Venezuela, now you're talking CIA, FBI, it's time to be quiet. Because now you get into a governmental society. And to all my subscribers, you want to be quiet. You don't want your name popping up on no type of stuff like that. Trust me. You young people got to understand you live in an era where they do word recognition. So once they came out with Twitter, life changed. Why? Because Twitter was the first word recognition social media. Meaning what? You can go to Twitter right now and you can post the word color red. You could post two words, color red, and you could push search and you could push recent, and it'll show you everybody that said color red in any paragraph. Facts. All the way down. And then you could push most viewed. And so any word you say now, you can go to X right now and type that word, and it'll show you everybody that said that word. So you're exposing the hell out yourself because that's just X. So if that's X, imagine what the FBI got. Imagine what Homeland Security got. Or they could push a button and see everybody saying something. If you're saying something anti-Trump, they could see it all. And then they can push on your thing, and it's gonna show everywhere where you live at and all your information. When they push that button, your whole file gonna come up. You, your husband, your wife, your mama, your daddy, your children, everybody's social security number, everybody's address, place of employment. It's all gonna come up. Everything. You're gonna go to work, you're gonna be fired. You ain't gonna know why. They're gonna lay you out. Because now the way they got the computer system and everything, they just push a button. So you gotta ask yourself, do you want to be getting in a bunch of shit? Do you want to jump in stuff that ain't your business? Do you want to disrupt your life? Do you want to disrupt making a living, your relationship, your children? You want to disrupt that to be talking about a whole bunch of governmental shit? Good luck. Me, I don't. I'm talking about the United States government. I'm talking about the United States government, Homeland Security, and FBI, and the CIA. They could push a button and see everything everybody said, and then they could push on that person and find everything about that person. Why would you go poke a bear? If there's a lion and you walking across the street and you see next to a car a lion, he's asleep, ain't you gonna tiptoe to get across the street, or you gonna make a lot of noise and wake him up? This just social media now is the FBI and Homeland Security. That's social media. Why you think they had all them problems with TikTok? Why you think so many YouTube accounts got shut down? So many Facebook accounts got shut down. So many YouTube accounts got suspended, got demonetized, got shut down. So many people on Instagram shut down, blocked. You living in a new time now. For the last 3 years for sure, it's different. That's why when I'm talking about this, I'm being very careful not to say no anti-government nothing. Because I'll pay for that. So it's like I know y'all got feelings and I know y'all see what's going on in the world, but keep that stuff to yourself. Don't go on social media expressing the wrong things. Definitely don't say nothing anti-government. Because you ain't doing no good. So some people would say, Pharaoh, you scared. Why you wouldn't say nothing? Okay, I'll accept that. You say I'm scared. But what I would ask you is, what are you benefiting about venting anti-government stuff on social media? Show me how that's so significant and such a great thing. It's not. All you doing is jumping on the sword, falling on the sword. That's all you're doing. You're not doing nothing to benefit nothing. Show me what you benefit by getting on social media and letting the government know how much you dislike the government over things that if you can't get society to go out there and do it, why would you do it by yourself? If you can't get no type of movement, why would you go out there and get involved with certain things and get yourself under Big Brother? Y'all better go read 1984 and stop playing. You in 1984. So I don't know what you think, where you think you at. But you need to wake up to where you really at. That's what I would tell you. Cause this ain't no joke. This is not no joke. Where y'all at right now? Yeah, they did. Cause people doing too much. No, people doing too much on social media. Come on social media, talk about what you want to talk about. But if you start to get in the government's business and be start sounding anti-government, you can't do that. You can't do that in America. You can't do that in Russia. You can't do that in no country in Africa. You can't do that. I know some of y'all don't travel and you don't know. You can't do that in Germany. Like you can't, you know what I'm saying? You can't go to Germany and say anything that the German government is not agree on. You can't do that. You can't do that. You got to watch what you're saying. I'm just telling you. And a lot of people didn't do that. And a lot of people's going for this sucker stuff. But these fake leaders out here, they put out here to get you to follow them. And when you follow them, everybody else be gone and they still be here. Like this dude right here. Everybody else gone. Everybody gone. Everybody that followed him. He the only one still here. Took everybody off their mission and everything. Everybody was on their mission trying to help the community. He had people start doing anti-government stuff. COINTELPRO. Just like this man right here. This man is intentionally saying stuff that once you follow him, you in trouble. You immediately gonna be red flagged by the FBI and Homeland Security. As soon as you follow him. If you are following this man on social media, you better unfollow that man. And you better not repost nothing he said. Because you'll be in prison and he won't. This is most likely a federal agent. I can't say he is, but if I had to bet, I would bet he's a federal agent to find out who out here is anti-government. And you're going to get all hyped up and say the wrong thing, and he's going to be fine, and you're going to be locked up. Same way this man. These are government agents that start these organizations and get people. Yeah, he's asking people to message him for their info for some nonsense. Kayla, some nonsense. Straight up, for some nonsense. Out here talking crazy. Talking straight crazy. And it's like it's time for Americans to stop dealing with all that crazy stuff. When we gonna get back to the basics? Food, clothing, and shelter. Everybody mind their business. Let's get some money. Let's have some concerts. Let's try to make sure the children don't be ODing at these concerts. Stuff like that. Have some events. Have some money for families. Have some fun and Joy life, make life enjoyable. Nobody want to deal with all this political, all this race political. Nobody want to deal with that. Nobody want to deal with that. I just speak real. And nobody want to deal with no bunch of race and political stuff every day. That stuff is annoying. And I speak for 95% of people in the city of Chicago agree. But we don't want, man, listen, we got these shorties around here gang banging and stuff. We trying to get them to stop. How we gonna stop the shorties from gang banging when the grown people is politically gang banging? It's going too far. And then what I look like going against the government, just throwing out people that's in the country illegally. That's phony too. That's phony. Standing up for illegals is phony. Any one of y'all that stand up on behalf of illegals, y'all is phony as hell. Because go to their country. I bet they throw your ass out. Go to their country illegal. Go on down to Venezuela and be illegal. And see what happens when they catch you if you don't update your visa. See what happens. Go to Mexico and don't update your visa. Go anywhere and don't update your visa and see what happens. I bet you they throw your ass out if they don't lock you up for a few years first. Some of these countries, they might lock you up for 2 or 3 years before they even kick you out. You can't just run across nobody's border like that. Where in the, man, listen, if you in India and you walk across that border illegal to Pakistan, they're going to shoot you. Ask somebody. If you in India and you illegally walk across that border to Pakistan, you'll get shot. If you in North Korea and you illegally walk across that border to South Korea, you'll get shot or arrested. You'll never see Somali and Nigerians working with the feds. Somalians and Nigerians is definitely working with the Africans is definitely working with the feds. Sylvia, sweetheart, the feds got everybody working with them, so you can't know who is who. They got any type of human being that you can name is working with the feds. They have Africans infiltrating Africans. There ain't no rules with the feds. The feds infiltrate everybody. Slavia. They have Russians infiltrate Russians. They got Nigerians infiltrate Nigerians. They got Jamaicans infiltrate Jamaicans. It's the feds. And they watching everybody. The only reason they won't have no Somalian do this, because we won't listen to that nigga. That's why. Hey, we ain't listen to nobody with no accent. Come on, Sylvia. They got to get somebody that look like he a black American. Come on, as soon as an African get there talk like that, we looking at him crazy. Make it make sense, sweetheart. You think an African can do this? Huh? He can come on there, my brother. We need to stand up against ICE. We like, bro, bye. Get your ass out of here. You know what I'm saying? They got to get somebody look like us. They can't go get no Portuguese to tell us. You know what I'm saying? I don't know where he from, but he cosplaying black American. Like a lot of black folks. A lot of black folks over here rapping like me and walking like me and cosplaying. No, we not listening to no African. How you gonna come from Africa and tell me something? Take your ass back to Africa and do that shit in Africa. Why we gonna listen to an African that ran from Africa? Nigga, you ran from Africa. You know what I'm saying? How can somebody that ran from Africa because Africa dusty and ain't nothing popping? Why would I listen to you? You had to flee. No, I'm not listening to no African. We not listening to no foreigner that left where they at. That's why he not portraying himself as no foreigner. If he's a Jamaican, he hiding his accent, ain't he? They say from the Caribbean. Is he talking like he from the Caribbean? No. He trying to talk like me and walk like me. Because if he was over here saying, Bomberclad man, me I pop ice, boy, me put 2 holes in ice. We wouldn't listen to his mortal Scott. Yeah, we wouldn't listen to the Bomberclad. If him attack like this, and him say, boy, I may not play with ice, and me put 2 holes in ice, we wouldn't listen to him. So he got to talk like he a black American. You can't be a spy unless you know how to spy. And the only way you could be a spy, you got to infiltrate, pretend you the people. These are spies, allegedly. So yeah, they got to try to walk like me and talk like me. That's why he got the outfit on. If you're a real revolutionary, when you look at him, this look like a costume. He don't match his outfit. Listen, if you look at his face, you look at his beard, you look at how he dressed, it look like Hollywood. He don't look like what he dressing up to look like. Neither did he. Do this match? Look at him and look what he got on. Do it match? He mismatched Patty Whack, give a dog a bone. It never matched. We don't care nothing about Somalians. We don't care nothing about Somalians. A lot of black Americans, we want Somalians to get the hell out of here. We wouldn't give a damn if they throwed every Somalian out of here. We don't give a fuck about no Somalian. I speak for a lot of black Americans. If it's fuck us, it's fuck you. And unless you can show me some love from Somalians, then don't look for no love for me. Nigga, it's the same way. I wouldn't give a damn if they ship all you niggas back that ain't showed us no love. I'm just saying. They could throw all the black foreigners out of here. You ain't been no advantage. With all due respect. Black immigrants ain't bought nothing, ain't helped us with shit. All they did was eat off our plate. So if ICE grab all you foreign blacks and throw you out, arrivederci, au revoir, adios, dos vidania. See ya, deuces, all that. Bye, nigga, because that's your fault. Listen, we typically don't like Africans. I'm not saying me because I got African friends, but they haven't showed no love to get no love. It's totally phony for people always want black Americans to be the one to show love. Ain't nobody else got to show no goddamn love nowhere. Everywhere you go, them blacks got a name for us. We Yankees. We Akata. We all this. We don't got no names for them. We don't got no names for Jamaicans. What's the negative name for Jamaicans? We don't got one. You don't be hearing black Americans call them banana boat or none of that. We don't use that shit. I ain't never been around no blacks that's got no name for no Africans. That's a fact. They'll be like dude from Nigeria or dude from, that's it, dude from Kenya. That's a fact. I do not hear black Americans identify blacks nothing other than where they from. Tell me I'm lying. Y'all black people here, when you be talking about other blacks, we always call them based on where they from. We say Africans or Ethiopians. That's what we call them. But they got all kind of names from us. They got all kind of fucked up names for us. And then they've been over here and we ain't benefited. We ain't benefited from them. When you come from Nigeria and you sleeping with our women, but we're not sleeping with yours, we want you to get out. Nigerians is notorious for sleeping with foundational Black American women by hiding they bitches. It's like, man, where y'all hoes at? You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying? You coming over here sleeping with ours. Where's yours? Okay, get out. You a hater. Not only that, you dumping babies on these women, getting your doggone citizenship, and going bringing your other wife back. No, we don't like you. And this is 3 women I know personally Nigerians did this to. Robbed them. Personally. The one sister, she got married, and when she woke up the next day after marriage, he was gone. He was on his way back to Nigeria. He come back with his wife and shit. Nigeria's got the worst reputation in America. We wouldn't care if they throw all them out. They ain't did nothing but used our women. Nigeria's lucky that the government went after them and not us. Listen, especially you Black ones, ICE is better than us coming after you. ICE is better. Because eventually we was going to come after you. How long you think y'all was going to be over here disrespecting us before that was going to turn to a war? That was going to turn to a war that you was going to lose. It's just a matter of time. It was just a matter of time that was going to turn into a war that y'all was going to lose. It was just a matter of time for Black immigrants was not going to be able to walk these streets. That just was a matter of time. The only thing saved them is they ain't around us. They stay over there. They go at a different part of town. They don't come on our part of town with that stuck up Black immigrant attitude. They go a lot of times they move in a white area where our Blacks will tell you, any Black women that work in these hospitals, Black men will tell you, when you go to work in these hospital medical with whites and Nigerians, the Nigerians is funky as hell with the Blacks, but boy, do they love the whites. Who are they? They are the perfect Americans around the whites. When they talk to us, they Nigerians. When they talk to whites, they Americans. Some of the phoniest niggas in the world is Nigerians. In the workplace in America. This is the report card on Nigerians in the workplace. They're horrible. Horrible. Absolutely horrible. Absolutely horrible. They just do not like us at all. But they love that European. Love them. They'll get on their knees for that European. And the European treat them like dogs. Don't even like them. The Europeans be looking at them like suckers. Look at this ass kisser. Yep. They don't even like that. They be sucking up to them, and the whites be looking at them like, yeah, good to see you. Ass kisser. Because see, one thing about white Americans, they don't like Black immigrants. See, no man gonna like you when you don't respect your own color. This is where Black immigrants made a big mistake. They came to America and they let whites see them not show love to other Blacks. And to whites, that's unheard of. With whites, when you come here and you white, you get the same respect. So they not used to what Africans be doing. And what Africans and blacks from the Caribbean did, they came in front of other cultures and showed them disrespect for their own race. This is how they look at it. Now, I know some of y'all don't do race and stuff. You're like, we FBA, we this and that. But I'm telling you how white Americans look at it. If a white American see you come from somewhere and you some type of African or black Caribbean, and they see you don't got no respect for black Americans, they know they can't trust you. Because who could trust somebody that don't respect their people, they same color? Nobody gonna trust you. What the hell is you talking about? FBA is where you born at. You stop speaking on FBA because you don't know what FBA is. FBA is Foundational Black American that been here. Stop speaking on it. Stop speaking. You're starting to irritate me. Stop speaking on something you don't know about. Go study. Go study. What the hell you talking about Creole? If they black and they been here, they FBA. What part of that you don't understand? FBA is black people that been here. What the hell is Creole? Doesn't matter if you're in New Orleans. Doesn't matter where you at. If you're a black person and you've been here, you FBA. Stop. Okay, let me get rid of you. You're starting to irritate me. Yeah, she got some kind of hate for FBA. Because you can just hear everything. She just want to keep harping on the same nonsense. So we trying to move on, talk about something else. She just harping on, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. She don't even know what Creole is, you know. She don't even know what all that stuff is. Just all over the place keep saying the same nonsense. It's like, I don't know who she is, but she finna be out of here because she ain't bringing nothing intelligent to the conversation. She bringing nonsense to the conversation. And at the end of the day, if you ain't supposed to be here, ICE gonna get. We hope ICE gets you. That's why we ain't against ICE, because people like that. If ICE throw her out and she constantly like tripping with us, why should we care? It's really the perfect example. Like nobody gonna care for you when you don't got no love, and then you can afford not to have no love in somebody else's turf. And this is what a lot of blacks don't understand about turf. Like when you come to America, you own our turf. Period. Now you could test the waters and find out the hard way. I like a lot of Jamaicans came here and had shops on 79th and stuff, but no matter what they said, bro, you on 79th. You on 79th and Cottage Grove. So you can talk all that yard stuff all you want, but this whole area, this GD. So you get FA and FO, but you don't run nothing over here. This folks run all that. Because I had some friends, they had a spot, but the spot they was in, one time I was in a record store with some Jamaican brethren. And one of the brethren got up talking about, and this is this and this is that. And I had to tell him, well, regards that, all this GD. Then he sat his ass down. Cause like, dude, you got that head wrap too tight on your head. No matter what you stand up saying, boy, you on 79th. And just one word, you can't even come back over here no more. Oh, folks, damn grave. Then he shut up because I was like, bro, one word, I can say one word. You can't. Then y'all got to close this shop. Y'all got to close. If we go outside, tell folks in them, y'all shop closed, you closed. So I don't know why you beating on your chest with all this Bobo Shanti Rasta shit. That shit don't mean nothing on 79, bro. Bro, you on 79, you on 75th. This little shop you in don't protect you. This shop is in the hood, boy. This the only little territory you got, and the door is open, and we coming in and out your establishment buying shit. You making money off us. If it weren't for Foundation of Black Americans, you wouldn't make no money over here. There ain't enough Jamaicans over here to spend no money with you. All this herb you selling, all this shit you selling to us. What the fuck you talking about? Because here in the United States, I'm the boss. You a visitor. That's all the Rastas in Chicago. No, I'm the boss here. You the boss in Jamaica. You don't know nobody like that. I know everybody. So it ain't just ICE. You know, it's just a whole messed up vibe that black immigrants made a stupid ass mistake. You would think coming from Africa, they would have a more broader concept than we would. You see what I'm saying? Coming from the motherland, coming from where there's a billion blacks, you would expect the Africans to be more into unity. But then when you look at Africa, no, because they all broke up into tribes and stuff like that. So imagine the people coming from other places that's brainwashed, that's haters against their own people, and they come into our territory and they bring in that negative energy while we here battling with all type of racism and discrimination already. And instead of brothers coming and helping our situation, they just add another enemy to a situation we already got. So these blacks been coming to this country, add another enemy to a situation we already got, and now white American want to throw your black ass out. Now what? What you want me to say? Get out. You can't make no allegiance now. There's no allegiance. Bye. So now they said, no Jamaicans, no nobody, all the Caribbean islands and stuff. Yeah, they just said they shut all their visas down. What they think? We benefit. We benefit from blacks being thrown out this country that's not foundational Black Americans. We wasn't doing nothing but losing with them. They was just eating off our table. They was taking bread out of our mouth. That's what they was doing. We couldn't depend on them to fight with us because they separatists. So we couldn't depend on them to battle in this system for where we got to get. Imagine being black in a system where you got to work for what you want to get in a predominantly white country. And then you got blacks that come here and they not with you. So you here, you struggling in a predominantly white country, and then you got these people here, they not with you, they against you, and they black too. So you struggling to try to get somewhere over here, this one over there eating, they not benefiting none, but they look like you. You know what I'm saying? But they Haitian and they all this weird stuff, but they ain't bringing none to the table. Yeah, get them out of here. We got no relationship with Haitians. We got no real serious relationship with Jamaicans, Trinidadians, Nigerians, Ethiopians, Ghanaians. We don't got no relationship with you. So what we supposed to do when there's no relationship and ICE come to get you? What you want us to do? You want us to make a fake relationship to what you want us to do? Yeah, TPS is up. That's their fault. That's their fault. They should have been already bred in. There should have been already a bunch of babies between us. There should have already been a bunch of Foundation Black American Jamaican babies, Nigerian Foundation Black American babies. There should already be a bunch of babies. We should have already been family. We not. Whose fault is that? They never made themselves available to be family. They didn't come to the churches. They didn't really come to the community. They didn't really mingle. We didn't never really have functions and stuff where we could meet their women, where they could meet our women. They never really had no family type vibe with us like that. They not family. We don't have no black family but ourselves. All Black Americans got is Black Americans. We don't have no family. And I speak for a lot of Black Americans. Our best friends is white. We be at their houses for dinner. We be going to their parties. That's what nobody want to talk about that. Our best friends in America is whites. Foundation Black America got a whole bunch of white friends, a whole bunch of white family members too. That's absolute fact. I've done more business and got more accomplished with whites than I got with any blacks. That's a fact. The whole time I was in the marijuana movement and going to Seattle Hemp Fest and all that, it was some racism, but it was a whole bunch of love, though. There was never nothing open up for blacks. There was never no type of business opportunity or nothing for Foundation of Black America concerning other blacks. Anytime you went to other black stuff, you had to be subservient, like you had their stuff. It was never like it was our stuff. It wasn't like it was nothing black. It was like you going to something Jamaican. You know what I'm saying? And they always look at you, you know, like you ain't as good as them or some weird type of, I don't know what, some type of inferiority complex. How the hell you in LA? How the hell you in Chicago acting like you bigger than the people from Chicago or from LA? Why would you come way up here and call us Yankees and shit? Call us Ferengi and call us a kata and all that. You come all the way to Africa, call me a kata. And now they want to throw you out. So, okay, I'm a kata. Bye. See what I'm saying? Why would you come from all the way from Africa and be on that type of shit? Especially the Africans are the worst. Because if the Africans came here and they got any type of negative stuff from black people, the Africans should have been in a position to teach black people in America. No, don't go like that, brother. We brethren. So the Africans, the worst, because the Africans were supposed to be the biggest teacher. They were supposed to be the one teach the rest of us in the world some type of unity. That's how I look at it. Like you're supposed to be the big homie. We got to teach your goofy ass. You come from a big ass continent with 1 billion of y'all, and we got to teach y'all. We only 500 million. 50 million, and we got to teach y'all. Y'all ain't bringing nothing to the black diaspora. If you look at the black diaspora, Africa have done nothing for the black diaspora to teach any type of unity. If I'm lying, tell me. The Africans are the biggest haters in the whole black diaspora. They ain't bought no type of global black unity. None. Because you would think, right? The proof is this. One of the biggest people that pushed Africa was Marcus Garvey. So you would think that between African and Jamaicans, there would be a big, big unity. You would think they would be having a lot of babies. You would think that a lot of rosters would be in Africa right now, that Jamaicans would go out their way, that Africa would go out their way to bring Jamaicans to Africa. Places like Ethiopia, with all these rosters praising Haile Selassie. Look how stank Ethiopia been towards Rasta. It ain't nothing but some little rinky-dink shit in Ethiopia for Rasta. The Rasta that went to Ethiopia, the Ethiopians treated them horribly. Now you would think Marcus Garvey was one of the main Pan-Africans. You would think that Africa would go out their way to help Jamaica. You would think there would be all kind of economical investment into Jamaica. No, it's the Chinese investing in Jamaica. You don't see the Africans put no money in Jamaica. None. None. Not Kenya, not Ethiopia, not Nigeria. You don't hear about no economical money being given to Jamaica for development. And these is big-ass countries. Nigeria got 200 million people. Jamaica ain't got no lot of people. It's easy for Nigeria to give some money to Jamaica to help them. Every time you see African countries, they running behind the Russians and the Chinese and the white Americans. They don't do nothing with no black countries. Not even with each other. Hold on, let's take a break and we gonna kick it off. We not finished. Tell me if I'm lying. And we could talk about the Mexicans. A lot of my friends in LA, in California, the Mexicans that came up here in the 60s, 70s, early 80s, they don't like the new Mexicans. The Mexicans that lived in LA, San Diego and stuff, they do not like the new Mexicans because the Mexicans that came up in the 50s, 60s, mostly 70s and 80s, they adapted to American culture. They had nice homes, nice businesses. They were just people that loved being in LA. The new group of Mexicans came up and trashed the place. Why? Because they wasn't able to be vetted. You have to let people up a few at a time. When you let a bunch of people run across the border, they don't acclimate to your lifestyle. So under the Biden administration, when they let all the Mexicans run up there, they ruined life for the other Mexicans. Imagine leaving Mexico because you don't like the way it functions and coming to LA, coming to Santa Barbara, living a better life, and then later Mexicans come and turn California into what you left. And so that's why ICE got to do what they got to do, because we don't want Africans to come over here and turn this to what they left. Nobody want to tell the truth. The fear is you leave a raggedy place and then it'll come here, and if we don't watch you, instead of you acclimating, you'll turn this into Somalia, which is exactly what those people was doing up there in Minnesota. The Somalians were bringing down the lifestyle in Minnesota, in Minneapolis. Yes, they was turning the place into Somalia rather than coming to live in America. You're supposed to be coming to live in America. But you want to come and turn the place into Somalia. Start talking about Sharia law and all this and change the laws and try to have the place looking like a third world country. No, you got to get out. Because you didn't ever come here to live the lifestyle here. You came here to bring the lifestyle down, then steal a whole bunch of money. Yes, it's happening in London. They going to London and turning London into the Middle East, which is raggedy. Ruining London. Ruining Germany. Them Middle Easterners and them Africans is destroying Europe. Facts. So it's not like them whites is just want to chase them out based on race, but yeah, that would make them hate your race, because when you come and you represent a race and you move into a mostly white country and then you begin to trash it, they gonna say your race ain't no good. So is it the whites in Europe that don't like you, or is it you disgracing your own race? You making them look down on your race. This is something that Black Americans had to come to grips with. You can't expect another race to respect your race if your race ain't acting a certain type of way. So you can't act a certain kind of way and then people look and see, well, is your race doing that? So now when they start stereotyping you like that, you saying don't stereotype you like that. So I'm a Black person, I don't live like that. You a Black person, you live in a horrible way. White start stereotyping Black. Whose fault is it? The white, or is it the Black person that should have stopped the other Black people from living like that? It's your responsibility to make sure all the other Black people act like they got some goddamn sense. But if you let other Black people run around America and they don't carry themselves with no decency, that reflects on you, and then they're going to stereotype your race. This is what Black Americans got to wake up to. You can't let these gangs and these people run around here. They creating a stereotype. It ain't whites that create the stereotype, it's Blacks. That's why back in the day, what your great-grandmama and them used to say, don't what? Don't act your color. That meant carry yourself with some decency. If they considering acting Black is all negative, don't act like that. So when I was coming up, my mom and them say, don't act your color. That meant the degrading part of how your people act. Don't do that. You don't teach that no more. That's why Black Americans is being stereotyped, because Black Americans ain't making Black Americans act like they supposed to act either. You letting these Black Americans act that way they ain't supposed to be acting like that. Bringing down our property value and everything. For real. We got the worst group of parents in Black American history, to the point where you don't even want to be parents no more. You don't even want to be parents no more. We got full-grown Black men on the internet acting like something wrong with them. Can't bring nothing intelligent to the internet. Troll. You a grown-ass Black man. Probably got babies. Probably got a 7, 8-year-old son. Your big grown ass on the internet trolling. Can't bring nothing intelligent to the conversation. You 38, 39 years old. You ain't got no babies, no kids, no family, nothing. Come on, you don't want to have no baby. You can't find no woman to have no baby. You mean she can't find no man because you ain't one? Is that what you mean? You mean she can't find no man because you ain't one? Because as soon as you see a man start complaining about how the ladies act, that's a reflection on you. You the one letting them act like that. That means you ain't got no control. That what that mean, Black man? If you in a situation where you feel like it ain't no good women out here, that mean you ain't nothing. That means you are not dominant. Okay? That means you're not dominant. That means you're a loser. Because if you was a winner and you was standing on business, you have a lot of great women. Just the fact that you talking about women in a dominant position show you weak. Ain't no good women out here. These women, that means you putting women, you saying the women is higher than you. Pharaoh, I'm down here looking for a good woman. I can't find no woman up there. These women ain't this and these women ain't that. Oh, you soft. Okay, so let me get this, black man in America. Your woman ain't nothing. And you allowed that? Let me get this straight. You allowed her not be nothing? You allowed that? Hold on, you the man, right? And everything you said wrong with the black woman in America, you allowed it? Oh, okay. Well, then that's you. You's a punk. Why your great granddaddy didn't have that problem? Why your granddaddy didn't have that problem? Why you, the first generation, had this problem with the women? You know why? Because you some weirdos. Don't want to get your don't want to grow up. It ain't just, let me tell you, the black man in America, it ain't just you got no problem with the women. The black man in America don't get along with the black man in America. I speak for a lot of black men in America. We don't even like fucking with y'all. The average black American man that's on something, he don't want to hang with no black American men, hardly none. He might find one. You can't even find a decent brother out here. You brothers suck. I'm speaking to the foundational black American man. Y'all the worst men in black American history. When you're talking about the women can't find no good man because the foundational black American man, we can't find no decent black man to do nothing with. Nowhere. We can't find another decent brother to do nothing. All of us that's about something, we have to go solo. We don't got all the help like white men got. White men can find a lot of white men to do stuff. A foundational black American man can't find a black man to do shit. But you want to talk about the women. But y'all ain't nothing. Y'all the worst black men in black American history. That's a fact. The worst group we ever had is the 20 to 30, 35-year-olds now. I'm talking about absolutely worthless. I mean, absolutely worthless. Can't do nothing. Everybody can come in and outwork you. The Mexicans can come in and outwork you. The Asians come in and outwork you. Everybody. The whites here outwork you. You can't do nothing. You can't get along with nobody. You all weird. You always making weird ass comments and shit. You ever been around these younger black men now? All they say is weirdo shit all fucking day. I nigga always got some weird shit to say, even in the chat. Y'all don't be seeing these weirdo brothers in the chat? Every comment is some weirdo shit. The gender war, let me tell you something. The gender war, Elijah, is fake. It's not no gender war. It's not no gender war. The war is between the young black man. The gender war is a result of the black man not getting along. Facts. There ain't no gender war. They want to say a gender war because they don't want to show that the black man is weak. There is no gender war if the man is strong. There can only be a gender war if the man is weak. It is impossible for the black woman to be at war with the black man if he's not weak. The gender war is a result of the weak black man. Because everything that, if I'm a black man, let me break it to you, Elijah. If I'm a black man, every complaint I got about the black woman, other black men caused that. I'll challenge anybody, put me on any show. If you sit back and you name the problems that the black man in America have with the black woman, when you get to the bottom, it'll be other black men allowing that. So in other words, you can't raise her up because there's another black man going to take her when she ain't on nothing. So why she got to do better when there's a black man that just want to sleep with her and take her just like that? So how can you improve your woman when there ain't no standard across the board on how she got to act? Because she'll tell you another man going to go for it. She going to give any woman that don't do what you want her to do and carry herself, she going to tell you it don't matter because another dude going to deal with her. So how? That ain't the problem. That's the problem. When my father and them was coming up and there was one standard, wasn't no gender war. Because all women had to act a certain kind of way because all men act a certain kind of way. Men create the gender war. Men even create women sleeping with women. They got to go get a girlfriend because you a girl anyway. Ain't no gender war. That's the black man ain't got no respect for the black man. Whether it's FBA or around the world, the black man don't respect the black man. Because if the black man respect the black man and I go to Africa, I'm going to respect them black brothers and they're going to respect me. We don't got no respect. So it ain't just the fact that black immigrants come in here and don't respect black people. Black male immigrants don't respect black male foundational black Americans. They don't respect their brother. They don't respect another man. If I go to Africa or I go to England and I'm acting all funny with the brothers in England, that means I don't respect the man. I don't respect the black man in England. And not because he in England, I don't respect black men. Because if I respect black men, he would get respect automatically no matter where the hell he from. What difference do it make where a black man is from? You're supposed to respect your brother. You're supposed to respect the black man. You're supposed to respect the black man. You don't. A white man respects a white man, period, no matter where. That's a fact. They have a higher level of respect. You're not going to see them. They don't function like that. Ain't no white man going to go to England and treat a white man in England different. No. That's why the white man travel international and be everywhere. Because wherever he go, another white man get the same amount of respect. Only with the black man, don't got no respect for his brother. This brother's that, this brother's that. So you do it internationally, and then you get mad because you do it locally. You're mad because this one, the GD, they doing the same thing you're doing international. The GD don't like the BD, the Crip don't like the blood, they gang banging. I mean, that's what you're teaching them. You're not teaching black men to respect each other. Then you mad because down at the bottom, they gang banging. What you want them to do? You look at this thing with Trump cutting off the visas from blacks in Africa. That's because black men in Africa and black men in America didn't get along. So the black men from Africa left out there on the island. The white man in America be like, we could throw them out. Blacks in America don't care. Whites in America know that blacks in America don't like you other blacks. Think about that. They know we don't care. Now you tell me that ain't sad. They know that. They know that if they throw black immigrants out, black Americans will be happy. What y'all think about that? Black Americans will be like, bye? What that mean? Nobody want to interpret what that means. How did that get like that? How did it get where if you get thrown out, we don't care? And nobody want to talk about that. Nobody want to talk about that. Nobody want to talk about that. It's to the point where black Americans do not like other black men at all, because they have came here when we was in a volatile situation and have stepped on us, made our situation worse. We did all that fighting in this country before you could travel like that. Because when I was growing up, you wasn't over here like that. You wasn't on, I ain't no colonization. It's the haters and people that wasn't standing on blackness. Brothers did not come here standing on blackness. You can't keep blaming Europeans for your damn behavior. You got to stand up like a man and take responsibility for your own behavior. You can't keep blaming white people. They sick of it. I don't blame them. Because everything you want to blame the white man. Colonialism, the white man, this and that and that. Some shit he did back in the 1600s. And here you is in 2025 still a goddamn hater. Talk about this because colonialism from the 1700s and 1800s. That's bullshit. When you going to take responsibility? Because without you being a hater, it wouldn't even be no colonialism. Colonialism came from division. To be honest, where colonialism came from, it came from a weak black man that wasn't united, that was willing to sell his own people into slavery, where they weren't his own people, but people that looked like him to people that didn't look like him. I mean, what do you call that? Where you willing to take some people look just like you from the next country and sell them to a motherfucker all the way from Portugal. What you call that? We don't got no self-accountability or nothing like that. So like from my point of view, you know, if you're in other countries, I look at it like this, you in other countries, blacks is over here. They in the South, they picking cotton, they down and out, boom, boom, boom. Eventually blacks get a break, blacks in America. Next thing you know, by the time you get to the 70s, blacks is Flip Wilson, Sammy Davis Jr., the Supremes. Black Americans become internationally known, right? So black Americans make it through the struggle, right? You in Africa, you in the Caribbean stuff, you see black Americans rise up. They become James Brown, Michael Jackson, all this. From my point of view, you would want to come in and help that. You would be like, man, let's go over there and keep building that up. That's how blacks internationally fucked up. They were supposed to come to America with the idea to help build up what we got. Man, let's go over there and build that up with them. Let's help them build that up more. No. We look at it like this. You waited until we got ourselves together through the struggle. You ain't nowhere around. Now when things get good, you want to come over here and eat. Not only do you want to come over here and eat, you don't even fuck with me. So you want me to do all this work by myself. before you could get on a plane and come over here. And you want me to struggle here in the United States and finally get to a certain position. And then when you come, you want to compete with me. Now, I spent all this time competing with Europeans and Hispanics and Asians. My so-called black brothers, you come over here and you want to compete against me. You don't want to help me finish rising up. You don't want to go to my churches. You don't want to live in my neighborhood. You tell your kids, don't mess with them when you get over there. They this, they that, do that. You teach your children to stay away from us. Stay away from the. You teach Africans, taught their people to stay away from the people that encourage them to come over here. Facts. Africans seen black Americans doing well, came over and talked against the very people that encouraged them to come here. That's what that's what they did. Because they didn't come over here because of white people. They came over here because of us and then taught, don't mess with us while coming over here to eat off our table. We the reason you came over here. Just imagine, we the reason blacks came to America. That's a fact. Because of our success. Because if America was still prejudiced and held black people down, wouldn't no blacks come here. So you come in here based off the backs of Malcolm X and Martin Luther King and all that. That's the reason you coming here. You coming here to ride the bus that the brothers and sisters made it possible for you to ride. How do you bring your black ass from somewhere and get on the bus? No respect for Rosa Parks. How? How do you come here and get on a plane, a bus, a train, or anything with no respect for Rosa Parks? Without Rosa Parks allowing us to get on the bus, what make your black ass think that you could get on a train or a plane? If you couldn't get on the bus, you damn sure couldn't get on the airplane. So Rosa Parks is the reason you could get on the airplane. Am I lying? If black Americans can't get on the bus, can we get on the plane? Yes or no? Put it in the comments. If black Americans can't get on the bus, can we get on a plane? Put it in the comments. I told y'all tonight was going to be rough. Put it in the comments. If black Americans can't get on the bus, can we get on an airplane? Yes or no? No. If black Americans can't get on the airplane, can Africans get on the airplane and come to America? Can Jamaicans get on the airplane and come to America? Can any Haitians, can any blacks get on an airplane and come to America if we can't get on an airplane or a bus? So it's safe to say that Rosa Parks is the reason your ass could even get on an airplane to even come to America. Now, how many black immigrants respect Rosa Parks? When black immigrants come here and they walk around free and they're getting on buses and getting in Ubers and getting in taxis and getting in planes and getting on boats, do they respect Rosa Parks for that? Do blacks that come here understand who made it possible for them to even get on transportation? No. And the Africans are the worst Because knowing what happened in South Africa, you would seem like they would know this. If you don't know who she is and you come into this country and you black and you really ain't found out and did no research on what black people went through, you a disgrace. And you cannot tell me that Africans don't know that blacks in America were slaves. That's an excuse. And if you know that blacks in America were slaves, then you know there was a process to get out of that slavery. How do you come here and not respect that process? It ain't no African that don't know slavery. So, okay, let's say you say, I don't know what you've been through. Well, why you call me a kata? Why you call me a cotton picker? Why do Nigerians call us a kata if they're not aware of our struggle? If you're not aware of our struggle, why you call me a cotton picker? And why do you act like you're responsible for me being over here picking cotton? And if you feel like you're responsible and you happy that you sold me into slavery, what should I do to you? This to the Nigerians. When you get through playing, what's going to happen to you Nigerians if black Americans start really looking at you like you was responsible? How you think that's going to work out? What's going to happen if our babies pick up on your hate and start doing the research and start saying you sold them into slavery? How you think that's going to work out in America for Nigerians? If what you keep promoting and saying, if you don't tell your people stop saying that for it blow up in your face. And then how you think it's going to work out when you get in front of the whole world and disrespect your brothers and sisters in America that struggle while you got all them natural resources and stuff that nations want to take, and you letting them know you ain't got no backup? Because Africa's letting those in Europe and Asia that want to take their natural resources, let them know we all by ourselves. Ain't nobody going to help us. So you just setting yourself up to lose everything you got. That's why when everybody was celebrating the dude in Burkina, and I seen him smiling with the Chinese and smiling with Putin, I already knew he was a sucker. That man ain't going nowhere. That man ain't no revolutionary grinning and cheesing with the Chinese, and he ain't no revolutionary. He a sucker. They keep having attempts on his life, and eventually they're going to succeed. He a lame. Yeah, he a lame. He don't even know who he hanging out with. How he a damn real revolutionary and he smiling. He think them people like him and gonna help him build that country up with all them natural resources in that country. You don't believe they just trying to get their own foot in there and everything they build, they gonna take it? He don't know that? He really think the Chinese gonna build something and don't take it? What kind of revolutionary is that? Them Chinese not gonna build nothing in Burkina or nothing in Africa that they not gonna benefit from. Period. He think they helping him. That's your revolutionary. And his woman carry herself like a European. European hair, European skin color. His woman don't represent none African. His woman is totally brainwashed. Like a Barbie, like an African Barbie. His woman don't reflect nothing black. He looked like another dark-skinned dude that don't like being dark-skinned, that want a woman opposite from him. That's what he looked like to me. He don't even look like he like his own complexion based on his woman. I'm just saying. Because ain't nothing revolutionary about her. She a chicken head. I'm going to just keep it real. If I was a revolutionary over there, you think my woman would look like that? But my woman would be super black with some nappy hair, some African clothes on or something like that. My woman wouldn't be walking around with no long, straight hair, light skin, looking like, no, carrying no European imagery. Go look at her. She look like a black American chick that just left the booty shop. She don't look nothing African about her. She high yellow. She ain't even his skin complexion. She ain't, yeah. He found the lightest woman he could find. She looked like an arm piece. You know how me and marry a woman and she like an arm piece? That's what she looked like. She don't look like she got a revolutionary bone in her body. She looked like a woman that wouldn't even talk to him if he wasn't a leader. And he didn't have money. That's what she looked like. She looked like a paid participant. To me, I don't know. They got a different type of revolutionary nowadays. She don't got no African culture about her. Fact. She don't represent no African culture. She represents European culture, European and Asian culture. Somebody look her up and tell them if I'm lying. She don't represent Africa. She don't. Yeah, his days is numbered. I'm saying all this to say y'all better keep your eyes open. And I'm going to end this, but don't make no comments on this dude's stuff. If you can, don't even click his stuff. She looks FBA. I mean, a lot of times FBA women don't look FBA depending on, what you want to call FBA. But I guess so. Guess you could call it FBA if that look is FBA. But I would think foundational Black Americans would be based on where you was born at and how long you've been over here. So I think that would include dreadlocks or nappy hair or afro. So I can't say she looks foundational Black American when foundational Black American is not a look, it's a heritage. So I didn't know foundational Black American was a look. You learn something every day. So there's a foundational Black American look. I didn't know that. I thought that was lineage. I didn't think it was a look. Because the way I see it, her look ain't foundational Black American. It's European. Because a lot of foundational Black Americans look is European. So I don't know. You lost me there. Because a lot of foundational Black American women are trying to look European. So I don't know how foundational Black American women is trying to look European. I don't know how they look would be considered foundational Black American. There is no foundational Black American look, I don't think, because I thought it was foundational Black American is strictly based on lineage. And there's women like that and look like that all over the Caribbean, all over Africa, all over Europe, all over America, all over the place. There's light-skinned black women uh, with European hairstyles. So I wouldn't consider that looking like a foundational black American, but I guess. Reparations, the problems with reparations is this, Elijah. Reparations would fix a lot of problems, but the problem with foundational black Americans, they not in tune with revelation and stuff like that. So foundational black Americans is not pushing hard enough. And once you get to a cashless society, then reparations is a problem. So like foundational black Americans don't understand that reparations got to happen like now. If black people globally allow the world to go into a cashless society, it's a wrap for you. Because you're kind of under a slavery with cash, but you're able to have cash nobody knows about. But if you go digital, there will be nothing you have that Big Brother don't know. And I don't think, Elijah, a lot of people understand what that life is going to be like. So if we don't get reparations before the cashless society, it's a wrap. Because you ain't going to get no digital reparations. Her style is black American leaning. You know what I'm saying? If we don't get reparations before cashless society, it's a wrap. Because once they bring in this cashless society, they're going to be on a full digital network, everything going to change. What reparations? You're going to be in camps. They're going to put you in camps. You ain't going to get enough digital money to pay no rent or no mortgage. They're going to price you out. You're going to have to go live in these big ass, like, places for poor people and get your universal basic income. You ain't going to really be able to protest for nothing because they'll turn your money off. So all your standing up and all that, if you don't do that before they go into cash society, it's a wrap. It's over. Because now they be able to play with your digits and be like, oh, Pharaoh said this. Cut his digits. You got less digits. So now instead of me having 300 digits to go to the store, I got 150 digits. So now I got to buy less. Then what they could do is they could raise the digits like they're doing already on the real healthy food. Give me very little digits. So shoot, I may be eating white rice and beans in a can. They won't give me enough digits to eat plant-based. The plant-based digits will only be for the good people that go along with Big Brother. You're going to have a lot of digits to eat good. You ain't going to be able to eat good if you ain't no ass kisser. You're going to have to kiss big ass. You got to do what Big Brother tell you to eat good. If you look, they got it like that right now. If you ain't really no go-getter, and if you ain't really got no knowledge, You ain't eating right. You eating like a slave. You eating like the rest of the slaves. You don't even really know you ain't took care of yourself until you fall out and go to the doctor. Because that's how they got us now. That most people don't know nothing about their health until they go to the doctor. They got to go to the doctor before they realize they messed up. They ain't got no clue. You know what I'm saying? He told Abraham his descendants will be enslaved for 400 years and leave with great wealth. Do you think the great wealth mentioned is reparations? Uh, I feel like it could be, but the problem is all of that is going to be based on how good do you take care of the planet, because if you don't take care of the planet, you know, it won't be nothing here to get. You say ownership is true wealth. Do you know what they scrapped the digital ID in the UK? I don't know, you got to say that again. Ownership is wealth, which means ain't nobody got no wealth because you don't own shit. Nobody don't own nothing. What do people own? Nothing. You don't own your house. As soon as you don't pay the taxes, they taking it. If you owned your house, you wouldn't be paying nothing. My father bought his house. He said when he bought his house, my daddy said when he bought his house, his mortgage was $250 a month, and then his house was paid for. He said, but now his property taxes is $2,500 a year. He said, so they really still charging me a mortgage. So my daddy said, I still don't own this house. Because if I don't have that $2,500 a year, I lose my house. So my question to you, Des, is did my daddy ever own that house? No. Because if you owned your house, you wouldn't have to pay nothing. If you buy a car, or let's say you buy some clothes. When you buy the clothes, you pay the taxes, and then you take the clothes you own. Do you owe taxes on those clothes every year? No. When you buy a house, you owe taxes every year. And they can go up on them taxes. And they can have you in a position where you paying $2,500 a year for taxes. You retire. And 3 years after you retire, they go up to $5,000. Like right now in Chicago. Right now, Chicago's going up on the property taxes. And people finna lose all their homes. Right now in Chicago, look it up. Right now in Chicago, homeowners that been owning their homes, the mayor that messed up a bunch of money on the migrants, that Biden was supposed to send him back, because they never tell the truth on that. The reason the Democratic mayors and stuff spent all that money on the migrants because they just knew the government was going to send them the money back. But the government didn't. The government fucked them, and Trump got in there and didn't send them nothing. So now the mayor of the city's broke. The mayor's finna go high way up on people's property taxes, and people gonna lose their homes. On top of that, Trump is talking about cutting money coming to all these cities, so nobody want to pay federal taxes no more. Because they're like, why should we keep paying federal taxes and then Trump act like the money's his? Because Trump act like the money that he gives to cities is his money, but that's our money in the first goddamn place. The United States government ain't making no money. That's all taxpayers' money. How the hell he gonna decide what to do with taxpayers' dollars? So he gonna take all his taxpayers' money from Chicagoans and talk about what he not gonna give Chicagoans? Yeah, from 3K to 20K. I'm trying to tell them, Goshen. I'm trying to tell them, Goshen, they don't even know. From 3K to 20K, which means they finna lose them homes. They finna lose all that. I'm trying to tell them. I'm trying to tell them, bro. I'm trying to tell 3K to 20K. Where the hell you gonna get 20K in 12 months? Where the hell you supposed to get 20K from in 12 months? 12K would be $1,000 a month. 20K is almost $2,000 a month. 24K would be $2,000 a month. $2,000 a month for taxes. Because the American people is suckers. They went for the sucker move. The American citizens are suckers. They went for the sucker move. They didn't get together and ask for what they want. They played Democrat Republican games and let them people say this one say gonna give you this and this one say, but the American people supposed to stick together and say we want this. Which one of y'all gonna give us what we want? The Americans didn't do that. The American people start picking, I like him, I like him. And then let them say what they want to say, and you try to see which ones say what you like the best. And then you pick which ones say you like the best, when really you were supposed to have demands, and then you were supposed to pick whoever gonna give you your demands. Americans ain't doing that no more. Americans ain't doing that no more. Americans eat unhealthy and is dumb. America's full of artificial flavors, artificial color preservatives. They can't think. The only thing they can do is the robotic parts of their job. And they can barely do that anymore. But as far as analytical thinking and stuff, no. The men have been totally feminized. All you got to do is get on social media and you can see what's going on with American men. They just want to argue and debate. They got no skills to put nothing together. With the American men today, what could you get accomplished? We've raised a group of American men and men in general around the world. All they want to do is be different. We have men now that if you say go left, they hell bent on saying go right. whether they don't care if they got a good explanation for it or not. They just love to be opposition, to the point when we talk about politics and stuff and voting, you have oppositions that don't even gonna go vote. Just on the internet, running their goddamn mic, typing. And when election comes, they ain't gonna even vote. They'll come on in, they'll tell you, I like this candidate, I like this candidate, and they don't vote for nobody. That's how phony you think got. That people be in the chat talking about which politician they like, and they ain't gonna even vote. When election comes, y'all really believe all them people with their opinion gonna actually get up and go vote? No. Because the system have got the men in America already whooped. They already, in their mind, the system tell them what to do, when to do it, and how to do it. They don't really believe they can make no change. They just on the internet, just trolling. Yeah, you say the government, you say the UK government has stopped the implement of the ID card. We weren't going for it. So people power has stalled the B system for now. Yeah, men is emasculated. People are trying to fight and stop it, Elijah. People are trying to stop it. But see, the way they're going to beat that is, let's say we trying to stop it in America or you trying to stop it in the UK. But when they globalize it, and that's how they're going to beat everybody. They're going to globalize it. Yep. It's going to be a global thing. So it's like, if I don't want to have a microchip and I'm in Australia, but I got to have a microchip in America, I ain't going to be able to fly to America because I need the chip when I get off the plane in America. So either I'm going to just stay where I'm at or I'm going to bow down. It's like how they do me. I don't want to do the cashless society. But if they make every store cashless, every concert cashless, every event cashless, and then what they'll do is the people that go against Elijah, they'll get rid of them. They'll get rid of everybody in the UK that didn't push that ID. Politicians, they'll get rid of them. You'll look up in 2 or 3 years, it'll be a whole new group, and they'll be like, yes, fast, boo. You'll be like, what the hell? They're going to put somebody in there that's going to make it, you know what I'm saying? Because it's inevitable they finna get rid of money. Money's on his deathbed. It really is. But my advice before I go is y'all stay out of all these political turmoil. You're about to see these immigration problems like worldwide. They already been seeing them in Europe. They've been having mad issues up there. Germany and all up there. And you're going to start seeing like more turmoil. But the main thing is you're going to start seeing more surveillance on social media. So if you don't pick up from nothing else I'm saying, like watch what you say on social media. And don't say anything anti-government on social media. That don't mean you can't think anti-government and be prepared to act anti-government. But don't tell the government that you anti-government. Because when you go on social media, that's all you doing. And don't let nobody trick you into these type of situations like this right here. Because everybody that mess with him, bad things gonna happen. He ain't just out there. He's out there the same way they had him out there to find out who is who and to pull everybody out their shadows. Avoid all revolutionary type stuff. Avoid all anti-government stuff on social media. Avoid all of that and treat your social media like it's going straight to the FBI. Try straight up. That's how you got to treat your social media. If you don't want the government to hear what you're saying, if you don't want the government to come holler at you about what you're saying, you better not say it. And better start adapting to Big Brother. None of that stuff is out. So you don't talk about nothing like that. You think in your mind how you think and develop your mind thought on what you're going to do and how you look at the situation. And then that's just that. If you're talking between your family, nobody cares, even if your phone on. The threat is when you go to social media. Look, it's 272 people over here. It might be thousands of people watch this. That becomes a threat. So I made sure I didn't say nothing over here that the government wouldn't want me to be saying. Because that'll be a problem. And that's why I don't like this dude. Because he getting people caught up. He going to get people to say stuff that they should not be saying on social media. So I'm trying to figure out what kind of revolutionary is you to have your people set themselves up and ask for people to contact you on social media and give all their information to you. Playing, you know what I'm saying? The same old play over and over again. Same play. Same play. All of a sudden, you want to throw black people in the middle of all this here. Stay out of it. You know what I'm saying? Exercise, take care so you right. Deal with your woman. Deal with your man. Deal with your children. Stay out of all government shit. Don't get on this internet talking about Donald Trump. I'm telling you. Don't get on here talking about Trump. You understand? You're not doing no good. So stop doing stuff thinking you're doing some good. You're not doing nothing. All you're doing is exposing yourself. I know you might got good intentions and you want to vent, but you're not doing nothing. So you got to stop thinking you can go on social media and do something by talking against the government. You're not doing nothing. All you're doing is putting yourself on the list. That's it. One.